And we are live here at Dwyer Stadium for the last time here in 2021. Thank you for watching this edition of Batavia Muckdog Baseball. Hello and welcome as we are here for the final game of the regular season, with Batavia having such a hot stretch down in the last few weeks of the season, really just the entire month of July. We're very proud to have a team that's over 500. Unfortunately, they will not be in the playoffs, but we can end on a high note here tonight as your Batavia Muckdogs will host the Niagara Power in the final game of the regular season. Hello and welcome again. I'm Griffin Della Penna on the call here tonight, as for the final time this year again, we will see this Batavia Muckdog team that has just been a magical team, and really this entire season has been a storybook from beginning to end. I'm just very proud that I could be a part of bringing you this day in and day out, whether we're here at home at Dwyer Stadium or on the road all across New York. It's really been something that I will cherish for the rest of my life. We just saw the KMS Diamond Dance team have their routine for the last season, or for the last time this season, excuse me. Dewey's coming on the field, and we have a lot in our pregame show. Again, we apologize for starting a little late, but a lot of festivities. Similar to the first game of the season, we're going to make sure all the fans here in attendance also have some fun. Lots of baseball buddies. Niagara has already been announced. We'll give you their lineup in just a little bit, as your Batavia Muckdogs will now be announced. In the top right of the screen, we will put today's lineup with the coaching staff. They are, the pride of this team, the guys that have put everything together. That's Skip Martinez and Tony Brewington. We hope to see them back here next year, as again, it's just very weird to know that this is our last game of the season. In the thick of things in June, yeah, it was a little bit of a drag being in the grind of it all. But, you take those days for granted, as it's very upsetting to know that we are coming to the end, as Joey Martinez and Tony Brewington getting announced. As those guys highlighted on today's lineup graphic, we'll move that off to the top of the screen for you, as leading off will be Charlie Ciccone, a fan favorite from Wisconsin Stout University, a guy again that has had a red-hot bottom few games here in the regular season. Spencer Marcus also getting introduced. He had a great game here yesterday. Jerry Reinhart getting introduced. He'll be batting third for your Muckdogs. In the cleanup spot, Daniel Burway. Mrs. Burway made the trip all the way up from Texas to be here and support her baby boy, so we're glad to have her in attendance. Cam Connolly batting fifth, the Pepperdine commit. He has his dad here watching, as his mom Susie and his girlfriend were just here a week ago. Blair Frederick getting introduced. He was on the mound yesterday for your Muckdogs, as he'll be out in center field today batting in the sixth hole. Mitch Fleming will be the man behind the plate here tonight from Montevallo University. Amber Benitez, the left fielder from Alabama State. He will be the number 8 hitter. Ethan Sarmiento will be the extra hitter from Monroe College. And then batting 10th will be Mikey Flo Floridas, playing second base with none other than Julian Pucciardo, as he is now getting introduced. A fan favorite and a great young man. Played his college ball at Coastal Alabama Community College, as we'll have the national anthem, then some other people here in attendance with Robbie Nichols and some of the players who had some things that they wanted to say. And the Pembroke high schooler Anna Beach will have the national anthem. We'll send things down to her. And a amazing job right there for the national anthem. As like I said before, we're going to have a few people throwing out some first pitches. Mr. Winger is our military hero for the night, along with some other military heroes that will be announced in the third inning. But starting the pregame festivities here. And here is A.J. Winger with a quick word. A.J. Winger very involved this year. He has one of the most supportive families that I have ever seen. Saying how it's a pleasure to be in front of this community day in and day out, and how thankful he is for the opportunity to come play summer ball here in Batavia. Trey Bacon says that he loves Batavia, took the mic quick, and I believe that Jerry Reinhardt had a few words. And now it's actually going to be Robbie Nichols. He's going to get the mic, as he has some things that he wants to say.
Approximately 60 days ago, my wife and I stood up here and we promised an exciting, fun baseball season. So today, I hope we delivered on our first season here.
And Robbie saying he hopes that he delivered in his first year here. 60 days ago was the home opener. Just wants to thank all the amazing fans, the season ticket holders, all the players, sponsors, everybody that has made this possible. Tyler, Mark Witt, and Ken Dog getting the shout out. Robbie Nichols saying how Muckdogs got ripped off of the shot at the playoffs. And Skip Martinez, he's getting the extension, as 2-year contract has just been given to him. I know that's been something that has been on his mind, as he's wanted to come back here and in front of all the fans. And he is breaking down as he is the right man for the job. Very, very proud of him. Saying thank you. I know that he's had very overwhelming emotions here today. As he told me earlier, this is the best baseball town he has ever been a part of. This just shows how special this organization really is. And that was that. Now you see the team swarming Joe Martinez. I kind of lost it there, as, you know, Robbie Nichols was just saying thank you to everybody. Gave me a big thanks, and have a opportunity coming up with the Buffalo Sabres this upcoming fall, and got a standing ovation for that.
all day long. I knew that it was going to be tough to keep it together. Didn't think I was going to lose it that early on, but now the first pitch from Mr. Winger is in there to his son AJ for a strike. He is a hero for all that he did in the military, and a great moment there between father and son. And his wife Evelyn provided us with all of his achievements. He did not know that he was going to throw out the first pitch here today, and threw a strike. And we're also going to have a few other first pitches here before we get this one started. And he already threw the pitch. And Aaron Winger, a true hero for all here in attendance. And again, to the Winger family, I hope that you're watching. Again, we are so blessed to have your family here this summer. And now Gary Gunner Adams throwing out another first pitch, as that one is a bouncer to the plate, but in there for a strike off the one hop. A few umpires that will be in the Hall of Fame with that pitch in there. The lefty just a little bit outside on the curveball. And now another pitch home, as this one also bounces to the plate. Mitch Fleming couldn't corral that one in as it hit the man with the camera behind home plate. Nevertheless, I believe that that is it for the pregame. I might be incorrect, and I think we're good to go. So now it is time for baseball, which you all came here to watch. And it's time for Julian Pichardo. It's happy Julian Pichardo Day. He is the Muckdogs ace on the mound. As again, he is a guy that said very early on, he said, I would do anything to come back here next summer. The right-hander has 9 starts so far this year, 51 2/3 innings pitched, allowing 32 hits, 14 earned runs, 40 strikeouts compared to 26 walks, accompanying a 4-2 record and a 2.43 ERA. Before Pichardo gets going here, we'll give you the pregame video with some game notes, as this, again, the last time that we will be able to provide you with this.
The last time that I'll be saying this to you, but I'm Griffin Delapenna here for another Muckdogs game day, as we do have a lot here in store for you today on the last home game of the season against the Niagara Power. As you now know, unfortunately, your Muckdogs will not be in the postseason, as even though they had that 12-1 win last night against the Jamestown Tarpskunks, Geneva also had a win. Batavia looks to end the season on a high note, though, here at home, as they have been 11-5 previously here in July. We also have some other fun stuff here for you, as the first 1,000 fans will get this Muckdog Mafia t-shirt with some amazing sponsors on the back. You can see behind me the red home jerseys will also be available for bidding here. They'll be autographed after the game, and the opportunity to get some pictures. So come out to the ballpark. Again, we want to celebrate this amazing season. The first year the Muckdogs are in the PGCBO.
And again, just a quick little review of what today's game means. Also, those Batavia Muckdog Mafia shirts were given out to all the fans here in attendance, as well as the bidding for all of the red jerseys that they are wearing right now, as the first pitch from Julian Pichardo is in there for a strike. Starting first pitch time, 7:26, just a little bit later than previously expected, but absolutely worth it for all the pregame festivities. Robbie Nichols giving a big thanks to everyone involved, giving Skip Martinez that contract extension that he has been, really, I think that's been on the top of his mind, to say the least.
as again, he has wanted that so bad. As that one also misses. So Pichardo now down in the count to Noah Marcello from Skyline College. Again, a great leadoff hitter, hitting just above 215, but gets on base at a very high clip. So that one's popped up and goes out of play. We apologize. The score bug with a little bit of lag there for some time. Just needed to be refreshed, and we are with the correct count now in the top left of your screen at 2-2. Pichardo has had some success so far this season against the Niagara Power. So he did have a loss in his last outing as that ball is hit out into right center field. Coming on and making the catch will be Blair Frederick for the first out of tonight's ball game. Again, after the bus ride last night, it was gut-wrenching to have to know that the Muckdogs would not be in the postseason. However, I thought to myself that this was a great opportunity for all the fans here to celebrate, and even for you watching. And it's just a celebration of a year that I believe all of us will never forget, as J.D. Rogers, the Vanderbilt commit, watches ball one high and outside. So Pichardo strictly from the stretch. Said he was going to have some fun here in the outing. Might have a few tricks up his sleeve on the bump. But a guy, he said, I'm just going to go 2 or 3 innings here tonight, get my curtain call. As even for him, all these guys are so invested. They put so much time and energy into this team, and it's just a very odd feeling knowing that it's all going to come to an end, and Julian Pichardo just couldn't corral that ball in as he was going to take it himself to the bag, but J.D. Rogers has a ton of speed on the base pass, and he's going to beat it out, as that's going to be an E1 on Julian Pichardo. So one man on here. As the Muckdogs, a team in the first month of the season back in June, they were 11-13 as they had a lot of peaks and valleys, some win streaks, but then they'd ride that into a 3 or 4 game losing streak. So it was always an upward climb for them. But July was a completely different story. As here's the number 3 man, Aaron Greenfield, hitting a 271 clip. But in the month of July, they came together as a unit. They knew what the playoffs would mean to a team like this and that it was possible. They just had to put everything together to win those close games down the stretch and to not leave runners on base. And the pitching staff, once they had a lead, to not give it right back. Those were the big keys for them as a collective unit. And once they all bought in, that's why their record reflects all that success, an 11-5 record here in July, and winning against the top-ranked team 4 out of the last 5 games against the Jamestown Tarpskunks. That really shows that down the stretch, they were in it to win it, and they might not be in the playoffs this year, but they were the scariest team in this division by far, as Jamestown even admitted yesterday that this was a team that they would rather not face in the playoffs in the first round, as Jamestown is the 3 seed. They will now play the Geneva Red Wings, who slid into the playoffs over the Batavia Muckdogs. And even in the entire league, it's about playing the best baseball at the proper time. And even though Jamestown's record is sitting at 28-15, a few games of a losing streak here against the Muckdogs and, getting beat pretty single-handedly in those contests, that's going on a downward trend where Batavia was going up. They did not get to that final goal, but a lot of positive things to reflect on here as their season will come to an end after tonight. We have a 1-2 count here, a few pickoff attempts over to J.D. Rogers. As Pichardo gets the sign, he's going to throw that one home. Rogers will go to second base, and that ball in the dirt. So getting to second easily will be the speedy Rogers. as so far this season hitting .242, but he does have 5 stolen bases, make that 6 now. So the man in scoring position now, Julian Pichardo trying to get out of the inning here in the top of the first. Another ball that was watched downstairs as we have a full count. Again, a packed house here at Dwyer Stadium. We expect nothing less from this amazing fan base. That's really loved this team from before the season even started. There's a chopper hit to Charlie Saccone, a strong throw over, and a nice pick by Daniel Burway. He's going to throw that one over to third, and that one's going to get away from Jerry Reinhardt as there was another pick attempt, and that one also will not be in time at the plate. So 2 down in the inning as they do get the runner in Greenfield going to first base, but another error just throwing the ball around as Niagara will strike first in this one as nobody on and 2 outs here. So an error on the throw from Burway and just the 6-3 ground out as that one is hit hard. And a line drive single for Casey Sauke, the Rochester player, and he will be attending the University of Virginia next year. That one got away from Abner Benitez as it appears he lost his footing there. And that's just going to be the first hit of the day for Niagara with another error on top of it. So with that recent hot streak that I was talking about, 3 errors in the first inning here for the Dogs. Might be some jitters with the crowd here. You never know. And now Scott Orgren comes to the dish. He's hitting just above 200 at 201. A very solid third baseman in his own right. He will be going into his senior year at Cal Polytechnic State. And the first pitch to him runs just a little bit inside. So before the game, me and Skip Martinez, we always put the lineup together. Always write it for him as it was good luck in the second half of the season. As we were sitting there, he told me everybody will be getting a chance to play here today, which some guys will get curtain calls and other players getting the chance to, do things that they've asked the coaching staff to do all season long, like potentially Tyler Prospero being a pinch runner, maybe some other guys on the mound. You never know, as this game for both teams really does not matter in terms of the playoffs, as this will be the final game for both of them. Ball gets out of play. So the count is 1-2. And again, this is a pretty close season series between these two teams. Batavia holds the slight edge at 6-4. And in the last game that these two teams played, the Power actually had a win at Sal Magley Stadium back on the 19th. They won that one 6-5. Batavia just had a case of not, having guys in scoring position come around and touch home plate, as that one's yanked down the line, and that's a fair ball. That ball had some crazy spin on it, getting the wave down to home will be Casey Sauke, and this is a 2-0 ball game now. Not being able to get out of the inning with 2 outs here. So, as always that we've seen, errors are costly regardless of the situation. They will come around and score at some point, as Scott Orgren gets the RBI single there. And that one is popped up, and chasing after it is Mitch Fleming before it goes on the metal awning on top of us here in the press box. This is Rhett Maynard, the shortstop from Texas Christian University, the Horned Frogs. As with that hit, Scott Orgren, 29th of the year, also has now 17 RBIs. 0-2 here. So Julian Pichardo trying to get out of the inning. As Batavia has been a great team here in their home ballpark, a 12-10 record at Dwyer Stadium. Trying to go a very respectable 5 games over 500. If they win here tonight, a record of 23-18. That one home also misses. So Julian Pichardo getting ahead in some of these counts. He's just not able to get that final out that he's looking for. Again, some errors in the field behind him have also played into the runs on the scoreboard. That pitch home is swung on and hit high into left center field. Chasing after it will be Blair Frederick for his second catch of the inning, and a little breath of fresh air for the Muckdogs as they get out of the inning without letting up too many runs, as a pair is now on the scoreboard for the Power. We will send it into the bottom half of the inning as we'll put the lineup on the screen for you, make it a little bit bigger as well, as we will see Charlie Ciccone, Spencer Marcus, and Jerry Reinhardt be the first 3 due up here against the Niagara Power starting pitcher, the right-hander, Dylan Steen.
Refuse to love me, and I've been counting sheep, I've been losing sleep. You're only in my dreams, but I want you when I wake up. I've been feeling weak and doubting everything. You're only in my dreams, but I want you when I wake up. The haven's coming for you, baby. Let 'em take me, take me. The haven's coming for you, baby. Let 'em take me. I would take a bullet for you, even if you pull the trigger. Leave me high and dry, just take my heart with you. You could do your worst to me, and I'd always forgive you. I take a bullet for you, even if you pull the trigger. Get away clean, don't make a scene, and bury the money. I had a dream of us growing old, isn't that funny? And I've been counting sheep, I've been losing sleep. You're only in my dreams, but I want you when I wake up. I've been feeling weak and doubting everything. You're only in my dreams, but I want you when I wake up. The haven's coming for you, baby. Let 'em take me, take me. The haven's coming for you, baby. Let 'em take me. I would take a bullet for you, even if you pull the trigger. Leave me high and dry, just take my heart with you. You could do your worst to me, and I'd always forgive you. I take a bullet for you, even if you pull the trigger. I know your ego's big, but your heart's bigger. If you up and leave tomorrow, promise me that you'll remember. Do your worst to me, and I'll always forgive you. I take a bullet for you, even if you pull the trigger. Even if you're even if you're the haven's coming for you, baby. Let 'em take me, take me.
And that one is hit out to center field as Noah Marcello makes the grab, as Charlie Ciccone was first pitch swinging there against Dylan Steen. And my apologies, I'm seeing the Wingers comments here now. The reason why I was a little late to starting here in the bottom of the first inning actually opened the present that Mr. Winger got me this little baseball that says Texas on it with the Lone Star State on it. And then also this pretty handy shot glass with the Texas Lone Star State on it. Again, thank you very much to one of my favorite families that I've probably ever met. All of you are great. Chance is the man. And really, really hope that you guys will be back here next year. Spencer Marcus watches a ball go outside there. The right fielder from Niagara University hitting .318 coming into today's contest. As that one is foul tipped way out in front there is the Chatham, Kent, Ontario native. Just barely nicking that one. So now in a 1-2 hole, let's see Spencer. He's a great two-strike hitter, and he will watch a slider that was on a frozen rope right there in there for strike 3. So 2 down quickly as we'll see Jerry Reinhardt do up for the first time. Getting a very big ovation from his hometown as a lot of these guys do plan on coming back here next year, but for guys like Jerry Reinhardt and Tyler Prospero, due to the PGCBL's rules of needing an extra year of college eligibility, both Prospero and Reinhardt are going into that final year as they were both granted the extra year due to COVID, and Jerry's actually going to grad school, so he'll get the 5th year regardless, but a lot of funky rules due to COVID and the shortening of that season. Teams only really playing 10 to 15 games before COVID shut everything down. So everybody in NCAA was granted that extra year. As Reinhardt's ahead 2-1 here. The pitch home from Steen. That one is fouled off the front leg of Reinhardt, as he's had a very impressive stretch. Now hitting exactly .250. He's been a guy that's been towards the top of the Muckdog order. He's been utilized as the leadoff hitter the past few games here as the number 3 hitter. Regardless where he's been, he's excelled. And that one he fans on. So a very impressive bottom of the first inning. Really just the first inning in general for the Niagara Power as they blank the red-hot Muckdog bats here in the bottom of the first inning. We'll head into the second now, hoping for Julian Pichardo to kind of find his groove, as we are so used to him seeing shut down the opposition. We'll be back here shortly here on YouTube Live. And Julian Pichardo is back on the mound as he will now face the bottom
half of this Niagara Power lineup, starting off with Tyler Coy, the Williamsville native that is going into his sophomore year at VCU, Virginia Commonwealth University. The first pitch, he smacks that into deep right center field. On the run is Blair Frederick. He's going to make a diving play, and as he hits the grass out in center field, the ball flew loose. So that would have been a web gem catch out there in right center. Again, the lefty sprawling out there, not being able to corral that one in, as that will be the third hit of the day for the Power. So a leadoff double there for Coy as he jumps on the first one he sees. Tyler Lozano, today's DH. He attends USC. He's a catcher there and a great young prospect. Really liked watching him play this season. He's hitting .235 so far this season. And again, a lot of talent here in Stu Peterson's Niagara Power team. There was just points for them where they just really couldn't put it together. Had a revolving door at some point with some of their guys, as the last few times that they've played the Muckdogs, they've only batted 9 guys due to the fact that they only have 12 position players on their roster. And Coach Peterson really just didn't want to take the risk of one of those guys going down to injury and then only being left with, 2 reserves, as it really was this group of guys that were playing every day. Their pitching staff dwindled towards the end of the year. And if, I kind of put together the stat sheets between these two ball clubs, as we have a 3-0 pitch here to Lozano. That one in there. And that one actually misses high, so a 4-pitch walk from Julian Pichardo. If I look from the potential batters from both of these teams, the Powers is probably 10 more guys. So they had the luxury, and that's due to, Coach Peterson knowing a lot of people out on the West Coast. A very notable name with his son, Jock, in the MLB, who now plays for the Atlanta Braves, was recently just traded there as the Chicago Cubs appear to be in somewhat of a retool or rebuild, if you will, and had a lot of notable schools here, a lot of Power 5 schools, something that Batavia didn't really have the luxury of. But that doesn't mean that you can come out here every single day and compete, and that's something that seeing these guys every single day, a lot of different teams here in the West Division, at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter what school you go to or what division of baseball you play. If everybody was out here right now and you had no clue who played what, who played where, you would be surprised that some of the guys that are the superstars of each of these teams come from the smaller schools and maybe, don't have the name recognition of a Power 5 program. And that's something that, I do feel like is, in a sense, maybe the status quo, if you will, of collegiate baseball and really just college sports. Is I always got to go D1. I want the big name. I want the, the spotlight and this and that. And for some guys, like a Charlie Ciccone at shortstop, he is one of the best players on the Muckdogs and one of the best players in this league, period. And he goes to a small D3 college up in Wisconsin. At the end of the day, you can still compete regardless of what school you go to. And that's one of the amazing things about this league that I feel like more people, are starting to realize as the PGCBL is now in Batavia and in our area, as there's a foul ball to Ethan Payne, that leagues like this really do create stars in the making. We saw in this past year's draft 10-plus guys that were former PGCBL players have their names selected and were drafted. And I feel like this is a great chance for these guys with big dreams and the hopes to potentially make it to the MLB and get drafted, for them to show off their skills in front of scouts that are here day in and day out to really make a name for themselves. And these guys, again, at the end of the day, they are here to get better. And I can say
from the bottom of my heart that every single guy in that Batavia dugout right now has gotten better this season, as with 2 men on and 1 out, Ethan Payne strikes out on the full count. The Tennessee Volunteer has had some trouble with the strikeout this season, as he is hitting 172 and 87 at bats, but the big problem for him, that is his 43rd strikeout. So a strikeout percentage of almost 50%. And we saw him red hot to come out of the gates, as he was a late addition to this team in the end of June. But since then, as that ball is kind of fleeced out to right field, that one's going to get down, and taking a little bit of an over pursuit there is Spencer Marcus. The cutoff home will actually get away and go to the dugout. And they have 2 men, and that's very smart, as making his way back to first base was Will Carlone, and not trying to, have any more Little League throw around, type plays, just to hold on to the ball, count your blessings that the run did not score at third base, as now bases are loaded, but you still have 1 out. Tony Brewington's just going to come out here and calm the nerves. As you can tell, these guys are not playing their brand of baseball that we've seen in the latter half of the season. So Tony Brewington just going to go out there. Again, he really has that type of persona to relax these guys. You're going to the top of the lineup. You don't have to do anything pretty. Just make the easy plays. And Batavia got away with 1 there, as the throw in from Spencer Marcus got away from Mitch Fleming. Julian Pichardo was the backup. He wasn't there in time. And that one could have crossed the 3rd run of the game. So again, Ethan Payne was the first out after the strikeout. Tyler Lozano makes his way to second base after he was walked, and Will Carlone with the base hit. Already Niagara with 4 hits. So Julian Pichardo, again, a guy with a sub-2.5 ERA. Very uncharacteristic performance for him so far, as even in his last start, he was just doing his thing, carving on the mound against the Jamestown Tarp Skunks through 4 innings. Did not even allow a base runner, but quickly had a few walks in a row, as that ball is hit out into shallow right center field. Coming on and making the catch will be Blair Frederick, the lefty, and the run will come in to score, as not even tempting to have the cut to home will be Blair Frederick, as there's a sacrifice fly for Noah Marcello. So there are 2 outs here in the inning now. Runners on the corners for J.D. Rogers here in the 2nd inning. That will be RBI number 18 for Marcello. Again, very impressive in the leadoff spot, as he does have 24 hits this year. But the big thing for him is he has 26 walks and 11 hit by pitches. So he gets on at a very impressive pace. So now here is the first pitch to Rogers. That one misses, as again, a guy like Julian Pichardo, who hammers the strike zone, really limits the walks, had 4 straight walks against Jamestown and was pulled from the game in the 5th inning, even though he, to that point, did not allow a hit in the game. Again, he's just trying to find his groove here in the 2nd inning and then go out there and finish on a high note, as he was supposed to only throw 2 or 3 innings here in his final start of the season. Again, has the plans to go play potentially in the Puerto Rico Winter League, as the runner will go in Carlone. So he makes his way over to second base. And again, if you are interested in potentially bidding on one of the jerseys that these guys are wearing at this time, you could call the office at 585-524-2260 That ball is hit out of play. Mark Witt, our general manager, is currently commanding the stand, as a lot of people here in the stadium are bidding on those items, but I know a lot of the family members that are currently listening would love that as a little memento of the season, as I do believe that all of the players will be able to take home their Batavia black uniforms. But still, it would be great for all the families, if interested, to get their sons, grandsons, you name it, your ball player, I should just say, to have their jersey. As we see Eric Mozicki run out with the balls there, as he is the best clubhouse manager we could ever ask for. We're so glad to have him on board, and I am very, very, very happy that I had that conversation with him in the middle of May when we were looking for a clubby, and he jumped on board. I hope that we have him for years to come. Here's the 2-2. That one is hit over to Daniel Burway. He stays down on it, flips it over to Julian Pichardo, and they get out of the inning. So even though there's two runners in scoring position, Julian Pichardo limits just one run on the scoreboard for Niagara. They are up in this one 3-0. Batavia went down 1-3 in the last inning. Oh, my apologies for putting up the calendar. We want the lineup. So now we will have Daniel Burraway that just fielded that last ground ball. Cameron Connolly and Blair Frederick due up here against Dylan Steen.
I've let you cross me. My mind shuts down and I can't compete. My body's shaking and I'm scared to say just how I feel. Gotta turn on that noise so I can make the right choice. I need to know, 'cause if you won't listen, I might just have to go. I want to leave this all behind. Can we close this door for peace of mind? 'Cause I'm not the one to scream and shout, and you don't want to talk this out. And I don't want to lose me, so I need to choose me. Choose me. So I need to choose me. Choose me. I really need to tell you the truth. Your talk is cheap, but your words cut deep. Don't you understand that you're bringing me down till I'm stuck on the ground? I need to turn on the noise so I can make the right choice. I need to know.
And we are back here on YouTube Live. As stepping in here will be Daniel Burraway, the very impressive youngster from Elvin Community College in Texas. As again, I mentioned in the pregame that his mom came all the way to watch his final game of the season. And she was saying how Daniel really wants to come back. They hope that he is able to come back. And Rhett Maynard with a costly error there to start out the second, or bottom of the second inning, I should say, for Batavia, as that will be their first of that category today. Batavia already with 3 that they had back in the first inning. Now it's Cam Connolly's turn with his dad here in attendance. And Cam Connolly, he's been a guy that's changed his walk-up song I can't even count how many times. But, hey, whatever works, as he gets a line drive single there for the first hit of the day. He's been killing it at the plate. As came into the day hitting 279, he's going to be over that 280 threshold now. Daniel Burraway also got on. He's hitting above 290. So those two guys been overshadowed in a way against, Charlie Siccone's impressive stretch. But still, They should not go unnoticed for very impressive seasons with little collegiate baseball under their belts. Cam Connolly is a guy that has not even played collegiate baseball yet. He will be going into his freshman year and only one season for Danny Burway as that ball will get down. Looks like it was going to potentially be caught by Scott Orgren, but that one will be a foul ball. So Burway reaches on the E6, and Cam Connolly gets the first hit of the day for Batavia, making it men on first and second with nobody out. Skip Martinez big on trying to move base runners into scoring position and is not afraid to have anybody, 1 through 10, put down a bunt as that one kind of jammed Blair Frederick. This potentially could be a hit for him, and there's a bunt for base hit, a little BBH there for Blair Frederick. He's pumped up, so is Tony Brewington, and bases are loaded here with nobody out for Mitch Fleming. Some life coming back here for this Batavia crowd as Mitch Fleming, a guy with tons of power. This place would erupt if he hit a grand slam to go up in this one, let me tell you. So a nice bunt laid down by Blair. Quick talk between Skip Martinez and Mitch Fleming. And the Montevallo University catcher slash first baseman digs in. Again, Mitch, a guy hitting .237 as he swings and misses at that one. He's a double machine. He was going to have one last night, but Bryce Mortellaro in front of him couldn't really judge what the left fielder out there, DiMaggio Cazares, was doing, as that one actually plunked off the left field wall, and it was just a long single, kind of like a single out at Fenway Park off the Green Monster. Just had a perfect ricochet, and Fleming, instead of having his 5th double of the year, we would see that amazing 2 beer can smash, Stone Cold Steve Austin-esque celebration. There's another swing and miss there from Fleming. So he finds himself in an 0-2 hole here, chokes up on the bat. He's going to change his approach at the plate a little bit, not trying to go for the long ball, just put the ball in play. As the pitch home from Steen, going to try to be on the outside corner, and not tempting at that one is Big Mitch. Also, we call him Tank, too. So that pitch home is way early on and hits a ball near the Muckdog dugout to stay alive at 1-2. He is also, with his 3 home runs, he's actually hit more foul home runs this year. He's hit 2 in 1 at bat this past Sunday here at Dwyer Stadium. As he told me earlier, he's just, I'm a foul home run magnet. I just don't know what I can do to, wait on that pitch, as Mitch Fleming is called on strikes there with another slider that froze Fleming, similar to what happened to Spencer Marcus. So still just 1 out in the inning. Still a big spot for Abner here, as the Miami, Florida native hitting .270. And again, hitting lower in the lineup, just giving him, some room down there to hunt some fastballs, as there's a slicing ball down the line. That one gets down. It's going to ricochet off the bullpen. 2-run score being waved around. It's going to be Blair Frederick. There's going to be a relay at the plate. He might be hung out to dry, and he's going to be safe. Tyler Coy couldn't hang on to it, and this is a tie ball game at 3. Abner Benitez with the bases clearing double, and this crowd is erupting here. And they're on the board, those two, with a quick hug, a nice little celly for Abner, as there's again, 3 RBI double. Has the 2nd hit of the day for the Dogs. And with that one, that's going to be his 35th hit of the year and already 25 RBIs. And watching that one is Ethan Sarmiento, the former UMass Lowell product. So Abner, a guy that his jersey was, pretty high up there earlier in the day, as that was kind of my responsibility as I got here in the morning, was to take charge of the auction. So I was trying to do that as best of my ability, reaching out to everybody in the Facebook fan page. People were calling in, and also a lot of people direct messaging me. He was a hot commodity, as there's a ball hit high and deep out into the left center gap. Chasing back after that is Noah Marcello, and he will make the catch as he travels to the warning track to hawk that down. So now 2 down, as we've seen this year, just balls die out there in the alley. And a long fly out for Sarmiento, with Mikey Florides changing his walk-up song here in the final game of the year. As he's up here in the bottom of the second with the chance to give the Muckdogs the lead. He tries to fan that one off to right field and just miss, so it'll be an 0-1 count. Blair Frederick coming all the way around to score from first. Burraway and Connolly were the runners that scored before him. That ball misses low and outside, so evens it up at 1 apiece. Mikey Florides from Felician University. He entered the transfer portal, so we will see him at a different school here in the fall. He's had a lot of interest. He's a very slick middle infielder, but also a guy that can just really put the ball in play in all 3 fields in any count. He's came up big in a lot of spots for this Muckdog team. In the 10 hole, that's the spot where he's really shined. He's hitting .235, but a lot of competitive at-bats, moving runners along, as there's a great block behind the plate from Tyler Coy, making sure Abner Benitez doesn't advance to third. I'm always a sucker for great catcher play behind the plate as a former catcher. Love to see it. So Steen trying to get out of the inning here, as it is a 3-3 game. That pitch home again, you can see the approach with 2 strikes, and if Steen's going to pitch on the outside corner, Florides is not afraid to just take that the other way. We can tell he's just missing on these pitches. So another foul ball to stay alive. Let's see if Mikey Flo can get another ribby to his season total. Already has 6 this year. A few extra base hits. He also, during that 4th of July homestand, he was red hot at the dish. Had a lot of extra base hits, but those stats did not count due to them being against NYCBL opponents. So Mikey Flo staying alive with the top of the order in Saccone on deck. Fans getting into it, stopping on the bleacher seats. They want to see the Muckdogs have the lead for the first time today. Steen gets the sign. Looks like they're going to try to go with some high cheese potentially, and that one misses. So it'll be a 3-2 count. You can always tell behind the plate for a catcher if he's going to take a quick prop step and jump up before the pitch is thrown, really trying to, get that call on the top part of the strike zone. So we have a payoff pitch here from Steen. Gets the sign from Coy. Takes a quick look at Benitez, and that one is hit over to over to Rhett Maynard, and a nice scoop there by Ethan Payne at first base. So that will end the inning, but Batavia gets the game-tying run at the plate after the bases clearing double for Benitez. As we're tied up at 3 going into the 3rd inning, and getting another inning here is Julian Pichardo, as he will again face 3, 4, and 5 Greenfield, Sauke, and Orgren for the power lineup here.
try to get just as something matters, you don't get up on it. It's easier said than done, but nothing was ever won if there wasn't anybody there to fight for it. Cause if something matters, you don't get up on it. If there wasn't anybody there to fight for it. Searching for a way back in. Think I never gave it a chance to bargain. Now I'm making up for lost time.
And we are here in the third inning of tonight's ball game. We're tied up at 3. As there's the first pitch to Aaron Greenfield. Again, a very complete hitter for the Power. A guy that is going into his senior year at California State at Dominguez Hills. 0-1, that one misses low. So Pichardo in what potentially could be the last inning that he tosses here as a Muck Dog in 2021 with, not too sure, that might be A.J. Winger that will be in the bullpen right now, and after seeing him, yes it is. So Winger will be the next man on the mound for Batavia, as it's just going to be all hands on deck in this one. Everybody just getting a little bit of time, as even all the position players at some point will be taken out. Everybody getting a chance here in the final game of the regular season. So the count is 2-2 after the chopper foul ball. And Pichardo try to get the first out of the inning with a strikeout, as there will be another foul ball. He has one strikeout here in tonight's outing. That was against Ethan Payne last inning. This is the top of the order that did have some success against him. He has allowed 4 hits already, and Sauke, Orgren, and Coy are some of those guys that are already responsible for those hits. Spoiling yet another fastball is Greenfield. So going back to work here will be Julian Pichardo. And another 2-2. That one misses high. So we'll have another payoff pitch, as both teams being very selective at the plate. Really working the counts. As the lights are now on all day long. The weather forecast was not looking promising. And throughout the day, as Pichardo will get the strikeout, spoke that one into existence, as that will be his second of the day in the first out here in the third. Now Casey Sauke, again, a fairly local guy. Grew up just, 35, 40 minutes down the road in Rochester. Attended Greece Athena. And the first pitch to Sauke will bounce to the plate. And even in his bullpen today, Pichardo did look pretty good. I watched a few of his pitches, took a quick video of him for our social media platforms. And he did look good. That was after talking to him, after everything that, kind of unraveled against the Tarp Skunks about a week ago. It was just so uncharacteristic for him. He didn't even know what was really occurring, as, He told me, he said, Griff, that's never happened to me in my entire life where I just lost the handle of the baseball. I just could not find the zone. And it was so weird because he took a complete 180. Again, a guy that did not allow a hit until he was pulled. He did not allow anything. He just allowed 5 or 6 walks. And that was the reason why Skip Martinez had to make the tough decision to take him out of the ballgame. But the 2-0 hack there was sky-high hit to Abner Benitez. There's 2 quick outs here to the heart of the power order. And that's what really everybody was thinking at that time. It was just so uncommon, uncharacteristic. It wasn't, the Julian Pichardo that has been the man with the S on his chest, our Superman, throughout this season. As again, maybe some of it could be fatigue. Some of it could be, maybe just thinking a little bit too much. Just getting back to basics and trusting your stuff that has been so successful this year. With a 4-2 record, still a sub at 2.5 ERA, he is a great talent, as that one's going to be hit into shallow right field. And he's going to have a 1-2-3 inning, as can't beat that in what potentially could be his last inning here of the season. Batavia will walk off as they now want to regain that lead that they have not had a piece of all night long. Making their way back in this one after 3 runs in the last inning. Let's see if the headlight in Charlie Saccone, Spencer Marcus, and Jerry Reinhardt will be on there. As we now have the sergeants that are being introduced here. Staff Sergeant Brett Chapman, as he is now here. See him right over there in the front row. A Churchville native, 10 years active duty, service in U.S. Army Artillery, and also Sergeant Anna Green from Albion that was actively deployed, is watching right now in Baghdad, Iraq, as everybody is saying thank you very much, Anna. We are so proud of you. Your parents are here. Again, we thank you for your service, everything that you're doing for our country. Again, Anna is currently deployed in Baghdad, Iraq. And a message from Sergeant Green: no surrender, stay strong, and get home safe. This I will defend. Thank you so much. It means the world to me. Go Muckdogs. So again, thank you to Sergeant Brett Chapman, as well as Anna Green, for all of your service. And we will, again, have the top of the lineup due up here in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Been alone for a while, now I'm missing you. I've been trying to call you with someone new. All the times that I broke your heart, I miss the feeling of the first spark of fire. Now I'm alone by myself and I'm missing you. I know I've been a fool, I never let you in on the things that I went through. Now I'm broken down and bruised. Trying to find the feeling when I'm with someone new. I'm sorry I can't love anyone but you.
So we are back here. Again, a big thanks to Staff Sergeant Chapman and Staff Sergeant Green. There's a changeup that finds the strike zone to the leadoff man. Again, you can see during the break, as we'll also thank Eli Fish Brewing Company, Batavia Downs, and Ficarella's Pizza, that the Fisher family, who sits in the front row, is repping those green shirts that support the Brain Tumor Foundation that the Saccone family has a lot of time and effort towards. And again, we
Always want to help them in the fight against that, as there's a fly ball hit out to J.D. Rogers for out number 1. So 2 flyouts already for Charlie, as there's 1 down in the inning for Spencer Marcus that's trying to redeem himself after that backwards K in his first trip. There's another miss to Spencer. Again, a guy that can really hit in any count. Hits to right field with ease. Very impressive hitter. And that one is chopped at. 2-0 swing. His eyes kind of lit up there. Didn't get a whole lot of wood on it. As taking a quick glance at all the fans here in attendance, this is a great crowd, and it comes to no surprise. The final game of the season, as that one is a foul ball that's going to roll and make its way back on. Jerry Reinhardt with the catch. So we'll have the 3-1, as that one's also chopped over to the Muckdogs dugout. Makes it a full count. Again, so much support from this Batavia community. The season ticket numbers were through the roof. We had higher season ticket sales than the entire old regime when they were still affiliated with minor league baseball. That ball hit on the ground. Rhett Maynard with the throw over, and that was almost not in time, as just getting there by a step was the ball from the hand of Rhett Maynard for the second out. As, again, the speed of Spencer Marcus has been shown time and time again. So Reinhardt also struck out in his first at-bat. This home crowd would love to see him get a base knock. That first game of the season here at home, Jerry had a RBI double to tie up the game that was down the line and right. He's had a knack for getting hit in the past week. He's been hit 4 times in the past 5 days. And glad to see that he wasn't plunked yet again. But again, that I've never heard this stadium as loud as it was when Jerry had that double in the first game of the season. So that was a crowd over 300. I would suspect similar numbers right now. Has the 2-0 way outside and called for a strike. Fans in attendance not liking that call. As inside outing that swing was Reinhardt. So the count will be 2-2. With 2 outs, trying to be the headlight, start something here. As Reinhardt, the pitch home, and there's another swing and a miss. So the top of the order goes 1 through 2, 3 for the second time today here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. It's time for the 4th inning, and like I said, we will thank our first batch of sponsors, as it will be Ficarella's Pizza, the home of the Muckdog Ale, Eli Fish, and Ficarella's Pizza. So again, quick word from them, and we will have action as Julian Pichardo is actually making his way back out to the mound here for the 4th. And a big thanks to our sponsors, Batavia Downs Gaming. Batavia Downs Gaming and Hotel is the area's premier entertainment destination with great restaurants, events, and on-site hotel. They also host the hottest concerts this summer with the Rockin' the Downs Summer Concert Series each Friday night. Be sure to check them out and get tickets at BataviaConcerts.com. Also, thank you to Ficarella's Pizza. Ficarella's Pizza of Batavia is where you can get your fix to satisfy your cravings for piping hot pizza, scrumptious subs, and mouth-watering wings. Every Friday, enjoy Ficarella's fabulous fish fry.
Don't forget the fixed plate, fat wraps, and all your favorite pasta dishes, and they have blueberry and raspberry barbecue sauce that tastes great on wings. So when you have that craving for delicious food, get your fix at Ficarella's Pizza on Liberty Street in Batavia. And lastly, thank you to Eli Fish Brewing Company, the home of the Muck Dog Ale.
Holding nothing back, yeah, we love a little harder. Opposites attract, but we push it even further.
So you weren't supposed to see that graphic of the Skip Martinez special yet. That's for something that's later in the inning, a little bit of an inside joke that he will see after watching tonight's game. But nevertheless, a big thanks to Eli Fish Brewing Company, Ficarella's Pizza, and Batavia Downs Gaming for all the support throughout this season. And we're so happy that they will be with us back next year better than ever as well. Again, if you're ever in the area, just go visit Eli Fish, as they are so accommodating. The home of the Muck Dog Ale, one of the best beers that you could ever have. Ficarella's Pizza has one of the best pies that you'll ever have in terms of pizza. Have some great wings and subs and everything you could think of. And then Batavia Downs Gaming for the Rock and the Down Summer Concert Series. Also, horse racing is now back on Wednesdays, Saturdays, and the matinee on Sunday. So again, 3 places that I will always recommend people to stop at. As again, after Julian Pichardo is pulled from this game, we'll also take some time to thank Oliver's Candies, as they are our newest sponsor down the stretch here in this season. But that does not go without saying that they do not deserve some free promo, as they are some of the best of the best. And if you have never had Oliver's chocolate, I would definitely recommend you purchasing some, as we have a 3-1 count here to the leadoff man in the top of the 4th inning, Rhett Maynard. That pitch home is hammered into the left center gap, but shaded already over in the gap a little bit was Blair Frederick, so he's going to catch the line drive. And Batavia already with an out here, as it's time for what I just said. We're going to put that graphic back on the screen for you in the big letters, the Skip Martinez special. That is when he has a starting pitcher or any pitcher, as they will just come into the next inning for, just 1 out. And when they get that out, that allows the pitcher to get a little bit of a curtain call and also some extra time for the man in the bullpen. So he's really going to like this, as I've waited to do this all season long, as Julian Pichardo again getting a well-deserved standing ovation. As Julian Pichardo, a masterful season. He loves Batavia, and this crowd loves him too. Getting bombarded by his teammates. You can tell he just cares so much about this community. Any chance that he could have to talk to other fans, especially the younger ball players, he adored it. You can tell the emotion getting to him there. Another quick hat raise as he makes his way into the dugout. But now A.J. Winger with his dad here in attendance. He was recognized as our military hero of the game. He will be warming up here as the sidearm man from Texas Southern University, warming up
We'll give him a quick break, but again, not before thanking Oliver's Candies. And fans, if you are looking for great candies and chocolates, please visit Oliver's Candies, located in Batavia, New York, or on the web at www.oliverscandies.com. Again, Oliver's will deliver anywhere across the globe as they just want to get their product out there, and well-deserved because it is great stuff. When you purchase a box of Oliver's chocolates, you will always get the best tasting, most mouth-watering chocolate you have ever eaten. Please visit Oliver's Candies again at www.oliverscandies.com. So just a little quick break as A.J. Winger just needed a few more warm-up pitches. He's been out in the bullpen for a while now as one of the most reliable Muckdog relievers this season. Comes in here in the top of the fourth inning, already with one out, as he will face Tyler Coy, who had a leadoff double back in the second and hits a ball over to the left side. Jerry Reinhart gets that one in the hole. A nice throw coming off the bag and making a nice play is Daniel Burway. So one pitch, just one out here for A.J. Winger.
Designated hitter number 2, Tyler Lozano.
Now Tyler Lozano coming to the plate, the USC Trojan. He was walked and then stranded in his first trip. And that one will run outside. A little more on A.J. Winger, as his family at Guarantee is watching here. The right-hander, as that pitch home, is in there for a strike. He has 12 appearances this year, 23 and a third innings pitched, allowing 24 hits, 14 runs, 22 strikeouts compared to just 8 walks. A great ratio. Has a 1-1 record. Just picked up his first win with his mom, sister, and brother Chance here over the past weekend with a very solid ERA. So the count is 1-2. That pitch home, barely getting a piece of that one, is Lozano. So Pichardo's day is done. He will toss a 3 1/3 outing, allowing 4 hits and 1 earned run. Staying alive is Lozano. So in the bottom of the third, Batavia could not get another run to cross. That's why we still have a tie here at 3 apiece. And that pitch home, swung on and missed, and Winger gets his first strikeout of the night. The throw down will complete the strikeout, as that was a very quick top of the 4th inning. As Pichardo's came out of the game, and 2 quick outs for A.J. Winger means the bats can get rolling yet again in the bottom half of the inning. We'll put up the lineup for you yet again, as due up here will be Daniel Burway, Cam Connolly, and Blair Frederick. Those were the 3 men that have scored so far for Batavia, as they were critical for that big second inning. We'll be back here shortly here on YouTube Live. So Daniel Burway, again, the leadoff hitter for the second time today, led off the second inning, and now here in the fourth, reached on an error that was costly for Niagara as Rhett Maynard tried to field that one on the backhand, and just his feet kind of went out underneath him. That allowed Burway to make his way to first. Foul ball there for Danny. As again, such a great family. His mom gave me a card before the game. There's so much support from the Muckdog Nation, as now that name has kind of been branded, I guess. Missing on the 0-2 there is the new pitcher here in this one. I believe that's Josh Quartley. He's a Williamsville native. There's a swing and a miss, or a foul ball, excuse me. And Millie, that means so much to me with that comment right there. And that's what it's all about, making you feel like you're here a part of the action while you're at home. That is essentially what my job is for the people that cannot be here in the stadium with the atmosphere. If I can give you, just a little taste of that, then I'm doing my job. Fielding that ground ball is Casey Sauke at third. And, Orgren will make the play. They had a little change there. Sauke's at second, Orgren at third, Rhett Maynard at short. So Burway will be retired as the first out. Again, mine is just spinning in so many different directions. You're trying to soak everything in for the last time this season. I continue trying to look at this crowd. Just all these people with so much joy that's brought by these ball players on the field. And it's just very rewarding to be a small part of all of this, bringing baseball back to a community that lives and breathes baseball. There was a screaming fan there. Hope everything's okay. So Cam Connolly, that one didn't even faze him as he watches the 1-1 trickle to the backstop. So Quarterly going into his sophomore year at Niagara Community College. N-Trip from Williamsville. As Dylan Steen, again, had a very solid outing for the Power. He's one of their go-to guys in their pitching staff. That pitch home to Connolly is also called for a strike. Few calls that are shaded towards the outside corner that have been called for strikes. Again, Millie, I wasn't able to say that as the ball was hit, but also I hope that your health will be in good standing and that you will be able to come to a game next year. And getting down the line will be Cam Connolly as there was a chopper hit. Charging in at that was Casey Sauke at second and not able to make the play in time. So an infield hit for Connolly as he just continues to just produce at such a high clip. Wasn't in the lineup for a few games as he really wasn't hitting compared to what he is now, as he was getting a hit here or there, but it wasn't these multi-hit games that we're just so accustomed of seeing from Connolly. So when they come now, this is what they expect, as he does have some pretty high expectations going into his freshman year at Pepperdine. Would not be surprised to see him get some playing time. As there's a big swing and a miss from Blair. Blair, a guy hitting .210, but again, I think that number doesn't really do him justice to say how great of a hitter he's been at the plate this year. Did a great job moving runners along at any position in this lineup. He has excelled. And he's not even a true hitter. He is a pitcher through and through. That's what he played when he was at LSU. He was just a PO, pitcher only. And this past year, well, he didn't hit since high school when he graduated back in 2016. And Frederick wanted the opportunity. His coach asked him, he was like, hey, you want to hit? He said, yeah, I mean, absolutely. If I'm given the chance, I can still swing it. And he's shown that this summer with Batavia. The 3-1 home misses, and not even throwing that one down, as that will be a walk. So 2 men aboard here with just 1 out. As coming up now will be Mitch Fleming. He wants some redemption, as he was punched out on strikes against Steen. And Blair Frederick, he will come out of this game, as he will also get a standing ovation. Again, a guy that has been a big part of this pitching staff. He's done a great job this season. And we were so happy to have Blair be one of the leaders on this team. As you can see, the beautiful baseball sky out beyond the outfield here at Dwyer Stadium. There's a big swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Mitch. Swing and a miss. Maybe I'll brand that now, just a little too late, as it's the last game of the season. So now in a 0-1 count, the pitch home, hammered down the line. And it will be 0-2. So having to clutch up yet again is Mitch Fleming. With Abner Benitez, he was the hero early in this one. With that bases clearing double. Now that pitch home and a 3-pitch strikeout for Mitch. So with 2 down in the innings, things are still possible for Batavia to take the lead, as Cam Connolly has already shown that he has some plus speed on the base pass, as he beat out that infield single, hit into the outfield, scores a run, and Batavia's out on top in this game. That one will be in there for strike 1 to Abner. Four hits for Batavia, 2 of them coming off the bat of Connolly so far. Both teams 3 runs, 4 hits. Batavia just has a few more errors with 3 compared to Niagara's 1. Few looks at Connolly, the pitch home, and that one is hit over to third, and what a catch over there by Scott Orgren. A little snow cone right there, as that one almost got down the line. Would have rolled all the way to the, protective netting over there by the Tompkins Bank of Castile Picnic Plaza near the bullpen, but a very nice catch by Scott Orgren to end the 4th inning. So it's time for the 5th. During this time, as the KMS Diamond Dance team will come out for another performance with Who Let the Dogs Out. We'll put the screen on them, but we will also have a quick word from Tompkins Bank of Castile, Alex's Place, and Dr. Noah Hoy Chiropractic. At this time, we'd like to thank more of our sponsors. Noah Hoy Chiropractic. This game is sponsored by Dr. Noah Hoy, the official team chiropractor of the Batavia Muckdogs, located at 184 Washington Avenue in Batavia. For an appointment, please call 585-343-9316. Also, a big thanks to Alex's Place for the best ribs in the state, as well as Tompkins Bank of Castile. Tompkins Bank of Castile is a community bank that was founded back in 1869.
They now have 15 offices in 6 counties across the Western New York region. Services include complete lines of consumer deposit accounts and loans, business accounts and loans, and leasing. In addition, insurance is offered through an affiliate company, Tompkins Insurance Agencies. Wealth management, trust, and investment services provided through Tompkins Financial Advisors. So a big thanks to Dr. Noah Hoy, Alex's Place, and Tompkins Bank of Castile. So as Mitch Fleming throws that one down, A.J. Winger ready to go. As again, big thanks to Tompkins Bank of Castile, Dr. Noah Hoy Chiropractic in Alex's Place. Best ribs in the state at Alex's. Dr. Noah Hoy is adding to the Mazurkowitz practice here in Batavia, the official team chiropractor, meaning he comes before every game. If the guys need any adjustments throughout the day, they could come to the office, and that one's popped up. Chasing after it will be Jerry Reinhart, and that one, almost hit a fan. Thank God that did not hit him. I don't really think he was paying attention. So the first pitch is a foul ball. Makes it a 0-1 count. And just a great night celebrating such an amazing season as that ball is laced into right center field. Taking the turn will be Ethan Payne, and he will smartly put the brakes on. And the throw over almost gets him in time. Charlie Ciccone with that hose that he has of an arm. Almost got Payne out as the Tennessee Volunteer will get the hit. That's his first of the day and the 5th for the Power. So the leadoff man gets on here against A.J. Winger. Will Carlone, he had a single as he's wearing number 37 today. He actually forgot his number 17 jersey, so he was wearing that jersey. And it's an 0-1 count. A.J. Winger, time was called right before he was going to throw that one home. And that one misses, so it'll be 1-1. 1-1. Winger also misses with that. Will Carlone, again, a player at VCU with Tyler Coy, both going into their sophomore years. Carlone's from West Seneca, New York. It's either you're from out west in California or you're a local guy near Niagara Falls. Again, both of these teams trying to end on a high note. Niagara's record coming into this one sitting at 18-26, 8 games under 500. And Batavia 4 games over that 500 threshold at 22-18. And big swing and a miss there. So 2-2 count to the number 10 man in the power order with Noah Marcello due up next. Still looking for the first out of the inning after Ethan Payne had that line drive single. Winger's curveball misses outside. And that one will also miss, and the home fans not liking that call. As 2 men are on here, again with nobody out, nobody warming up in the bullpen. So this is going to be Winger's inning. Try to get out of. Again, if you missed the pregame, our manager, Skip Martinez, had his
contract renewed for another 2 seasons. He has preached that he has wanted to come back here to Batavia, the best baseball town that he's ever been around. He's trying to lay down the bunt. There is Marcelo. And, you know, kind of busting his chops the past few weeks was Robbie Nichols in the playoff chase. As if he made the playoffs, I know he was going to be coming back regardless, as that one's going to get by Jerry Reinhardt. He was in on the grass just in case of the bunt. Being waved around to score is Ethan Payne, as now there's going to be runners at second and third, as Niagara is going to go up in this ball game 4-3 after the RBI double for Marcelo. He already had 1 RBI to his credit back in his last at-bat after that sacrifice fly out to Blair Frederick. Now he gets his first hit of the night.
Left fielder number 33, J.D. Rogers.
So after a tie game since the second inning, breaking that tie will be Noah Marcelo, as, again, Batavia still looking for their first out here in the 5th. So there's a big swing by J.D. Rogers that has had a solid end of the season. He was going through a pretty rough streak at the plate. Glad to see him, as, again, these guys that are going into their freshman years at these big schools, it's a big transition regardless of what teams you play on in high school, your travel teams, this and that. Very, very tough to make that transition, facing very good collegiate competition day in and day out in a league like this, but it's just going to give them that extra step as that ball's hammered past Mikey Florides, that again was playing in. That's the problem with playing in sometimes. There's a great throw home by Spencer Marcus. Little one-hopper to Mitch Fleming, making sure that it's just a 5-3 ball game. Noah Marcelo putting on the brakes. He actually slipped and fell rounding third. So Winger running into a little bit of trouble here as J.D. Rogers gets the hit and RBI, showing the amount of progress that he's made at the plate. He's now right around the 250 mark in terms of batting average. And the first pitch from Winger is going to be fouled, and hope that everyone's okay over there as that went into the bleacher seats down the first baseline. So 2 runs put up here in the top of the 5th inning. And runner goes in Rogers, and that's going to be his second stolen base of the day with no throw down. He is definitely a speedster out there in the outfield. Rogers with RBI number 5, and a nice block there from Mitch Fleming. Takes a quick second, as that might have got him in a place that you don't want to be hit. Seems to be okay. So the count is 2-1. Batavia's still looking for their first out of the inning. As that one's chopped over the head of Winger, and that one's going to trickle into the outfield. Rogers is going to get the brakes put on him, as there will still be runners at the corners now, as this game is kind of getting away from Batavia. 6-3 is now your score, and Joe Martinez is going to go out there and talk to Winger, as trying to get hot very quick here is Kyle Kohlhofer. And the whole infield's going to come in. As they know what it means is, even though this team will not be going into the playoffs, if they could get one last win here at home. Their last home game came this past Sunday in a 12-0 defeat of the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. That was only 7 innings of baseball due to the mercy rule. Looks like Kyle Kohlhofer is going to come into this one as the Fayetteville Technical Community College right-hander will come into the game
As A.J. Winger, he will come out of the game. He's going to get a big round of applause, again, with his dad here in attendance. Should be very proud of everything that he's done this season. You could tell not very happy with this past inning, however, needs to hold his head high for everything that he's done. So we will now see Kyle Kohlhofer out there here in the top of the 5th inning as Batavia is down 3 runs here. They want to keep it that way. We'll be back here shortly as Kohlhofer gets ready to go here on YouTube Live.
Leaving her bed for the morning. She played with my heart, played with my head again last night. Now I'm feeling stupid, I've had my warnings. You know I said I was done probably about 1 trillion times. And I know what all my friends will say. They'll say to run away. She only loves to keep me tight. And when I try to explain what makes me stay, the only thing that comes to mind is that she's got lips like tequila. Every time I taste her mouth, her clothes come off. I said I've tried to leave her, but every time that she's around, I get so drunk. She's got lips like tequila. She's got lips like tequila.
So maybe not getting a lot of time to warm up is Kyle Kohlhofer, but he is ready to go. He has runners on the corners. Again, nobody out. Casey Sauke at the plate. Again, just a beautiful night sky. First pitch runs upstairs. Again, I'd like to thank you all for joining me here in the last broadcast of the year. Your support has been tremendous and honestly overwhelming at points for me, as I'm just so thankful to have such amazing people that have been viewers all season long. And I can't thank you enough for that. This will always be a highlight of my career, something I will never, ever forget. So here is Kyle. That pitch home, breaking ball in there for a strike. Nice 12-6 curveball. As Kohlhofer this season, a guy with 6 appearances, 1 start. And that start was against the Power in a doubleheader, 10 2/3 innings pitched, allowing 10 runs, 7 strikeouts. And he just got another one right there. As Casey Sauke swings through a curveball, and he will have his first strikeout in the first batter that he faces. Good job there to get ahead early for Kyle. So with 1 out after facing the cleanup hitter, he'll face the number 5 man, Scott Orgren. Orgren made that very nice catch down the 3rd baseline to end the 4th. And not throwing that one down, trying to get that throw home in time, and very, very impressive speed there by J.D. Rogers. Mitch Fleming trying to throw him off there, but reading that throw very well was Rogers. And he will be there in time, so the score is now 7-3. 4 runs here in the top of the 5th for the Power. So 1 strike, man now at second base. Taking a few looks, and that one home. Tries to drop in there, but shaded it just a tad on the inner half.
So the man at second, Greenfield, J.D. Rogers, Noah Marcello, Ethan Payne, and Will Carlone all coming around to score. And the 1-1, another curveball, that same location, trying to get that jam shot, creating either, you know, a shallow pop-up or maybe just a sawed-off broken background ball. As that pitch home, another fastball upstairs, and Orgren fans through that one. Again, this baseball sky, I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. Picture perfect in the last home game. That's when you know the baseball gods are looking over us, as back-to-back strikeouts for Kyle Kohlhofer. He was a guy with his jersey bidding was pretty high up there. Has a lot of fans here in Batavia, as he makes Sauke and Orgren both strike out and sent packing. He's trying to strand that runner at second base. Limit the damage, as Batavia, you know, came back to make it a ball game when they were down 3. Now they'll be tested, as it is a 4-run game, still with a lot of baseball to be played. 0-1 count to Rhett Maynard, guy that I've really enjoyed watching this year. Came red hot out the gates in that doubleheader that I was just talking about, where Kyle started, as that one's yanked down the line and will go into the Muckdog bullpen out and left. Oh, 0-2 here. Kyle Kohlhofer trying to strike out the first 3 batters that he faces. And that one is a bouncing, breaking ball. Nice block by Fleming. So the count is now 1-2. Taking his lead is Greenfield at second base. Trying to make it a 4-run game with the hit into the outfield. That one will, just miss. That one a very close call. Looks like it might have been on the black. And now we'll have the 2-2. That pitch home from Kohlhofer. Also a nice frame from Fleming, but can't get the call. So it's a full count here to Maynard. Maynard going into his sophomore year from Amarillo, Texas, the Lone Star State. It's also where Kohlhofer is from. So watch a few balls in a row there from Kyle, and now there'll be 2 men on with 2 out. A position where Batavia really hasn't been able to get out of these situations when there's 2 outs, and that's for some reason a spot where Niagara does a lot of their damage. I also just got word that my favorite team, the Los Angeles Dodgers, just got Max Scherzer and Trey Turner in a deal. So it's been a pretty solid night, I must say. As that one will get away from Mitch Fleming. Took a funny hop in front of Tyler Coy, and both runners will advance. Little ping pong there. The field still with as much constant action that it's had, not just from the Muckdogs, but also some tournaments being played here in the past few weeks throughout the season. Still looks in amazing shape. Can't commend our grounds crew man, Larry Hale, enough for everything that he has done, all the sacrifices that he's made to make this field that When he first got the job, I mean, I am not kidding you when I say this, the entire infield was covered in weeds. And you might ask why. Well, this field was not upkept for about 18 months. After that season in 2019 was done, COVID happened. There was no season here, and the team, didn't have anybody here because they weren't sure what their future was in minor league baseball. There was no staff. There was nobody here, and it's basically a transition year for the playing surface here at Dwyer Stadium. Still looks great, but just think what it's going to look like next year. A lot of the outfield will be fixed as there's been some holes out there. The infield also will be rolled, some new grass being put in there. A whole lot more dirt will be dumped in. As Dwyer Stadium is going to be looking mint. That ball hit into left field. Both runners will be waved around to score as Abner Benitez is going to throw this one into second base, and he's going to throw him out. Both runs will score, but hey, at least they get out of the inning. So Abner does his job. Nice throw on the money. Gets the one-hop tag down from Michael Floridas. So a nice relay there, as that was a rough inning for Batavia, as it will be a 9-3 ball game now. 6 runs put up in the top of the 5th inning for the Power. So Batavia now has to try to chip away at this deficit that they now have done. As we will see for Batavia, it'll be Ethan Sarmiento, Michael Floridas, and then the top of the order. I would not be surprised if we start seeing some subs come in here for Batavia. Nevertheless, we will be back here shortly here on YouTube Live.
Ripping my body slowly. Wish you could stop this.
I should forget about you the same way
You did about me. Where's the solution? I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. Where's the solution? I need to know. I need to know. I need to know.
I'm hurt. What can I say? Truth be told, I know you're okay. Nothing can tear you apart. A mad heart.
You did about me. Where's the solution? I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. Where's the solution? I need to know. I need to know. I need to know.
So a huge inning for the Power in the top half of the frame. 6 runs on 5 hits. And they could have continued to apply pressure, but Tyler Coy was thrown out at second base to end the inning. As the first pitch to Ethan Sarmiento, he had a deep fly ball out into the left center gap that was hawked down by Noah Marcello. Very impressive catch for him to go all the way and catch that. So the 0-1, that one's also fouled off to the right side. Ethan hitting 150 this year, but again, a very, very impressive end to the season for him, as he had a slump at the beginning of the year and worked extremely hard to get to the spot where he is now, as he has definitely became a much better hitter in his time here in Batavia. 6 hits, including 3 doubles under his belt. Got the start tonight as the extra hitter. Mikey Florida is due up next. A lot of these guys will get their 2 at-bats, and then we might see some other substitutions come into the game. Jack Schlottman is also the new pitcher here on the mound, as Schlottman is going into his junior year at Grossmont College, originally from Spring Valley, California. Schlottman this season, as there's another foul ball on the 2-2. 17 appearances, 29 innings pitched. One of their go-to guys in the bullpen, a 4.96 ERA with 20 walks, 16 earned runs, 32 strikeouts, though. Pretty good total, and a 2-1 record. So now Schlottman, that pitch home is yanked out into left field. That ball's going to get down, and well, guess what? He's going to add another double to his season total, make it number 4 for Ethan Sarmiento, as there's a big double there. Little Salt Bay reference there, as now it'll be Mikey Florides. So a great answer right out of the gates for the Muckdogs after allowing the 6th spot in the top of the inning. Florides grounded out, had a good long at-bat, as we saw last night against Jamestown. He had a 10-plus pitch at-bat, drew the walk after that. So the first pitch he sees runs a little up and in, too close for comfort. Schlottman, there's also a right-hander just getting loose out in the power pen. It looks like Kyle O'Neill will be the next Muckdog into pitch after Kohlhofer is done. There's a little chopper hit over to Casey Sauke at second. Takes that one on a hop, and making his way over to third after the first out will be Sarmiento. Trying to crack down on this deficit, as Niagara 9 runs, 9 hits, 3 runs for Batavia on 5 hits. Trying to make it a smaller deficit here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Nobody better than Charlie Ciccone at the top of the lineup. He is hitless so far today. He was trying to have that ball be sent to the moon, as that was hit so high in the infield. And that will be the 2nd out. So 2 down, man on second now. So after the 4-3 ground out, the F3. Now Spencer Marcus 0 for 2. Strikeout, ground out. That one's hit down the line. That's caught on a backhand. Strong throw by Scott Orgren, as he's had few really good plays over there at the hot corner. That comes to no surprise. So the runner stranded at third in a fairly quick first inning for Jack Schlottman. It's time to release the hounds for the Graham Corporation Kids Run, the last of the year. Always one of my favorite points of the game. A young fan with the Muckdog flag waving that around. As look at all the kids go. So we will head into the 6th inning now, as Batavia still has a lot of work to do. Kyle Kohlhofer trying to do what he can to make this still a 6-run game.
Let me show you how to dream. Be anyone you wanna be. you need. Doesn't matter who you are. Don't give in, we've come too far. It's always been right here. Carve your name into the stars. You don't need to hide away. Don't hide away. Show you what you need. Let's just leave the world behind. This nights will never die. Just close your eyes and see. Walk through the fire, don't call me a liar. Or just turn to gold. Push your past into dancers you learn how to trust. How did you get so cold? Take it, believe it, you gotta believe it. I just need you now. Is that what you needed? Not too late to dream it. Get ready to jump right now in the dark of the night. I'll be here by your side. We can't stop time, so hold on tight. I'll make you feel right in the dark of the night. I'll be here by your side. We can't stop time, so hold on tight. I'll make you feel right. I'll make you feel right.
And Tyler Lozano is going to get us started here with 6th inning action. As tonight's DH so far today. We'll see what he can do against Kyle Kohlhofer here, as the first pitch to him will be just a little low. So 1-0 count. As Kyle Kohlhofer will try to finish this inning before they go to Kyle O'Neill, the other Kyle in the bullpen. Nine to 3 is your score. This has been a resilient team all season long. Would not be surprised if they somehow manage to have some late game magic, as Spencer Marcus will catch the deep fly ball, as he has just been locked down out there and right all season long. Again, just still feels surreal that this will be, the end of such a magical ride. This last night was such a huge win against the number 1 seed. Didn't really have the same satisfaction that you might think that a win like that would have, due to the fact that they found out that they were not going to be a playoff team. The 1-0 home. Big swing and a miss from Ethan Payne. Again, a guy that is kind of boom or bust at the plate. Has a very high strikeout total, but very raw prospect. Obviously is a great player. You don't just go to the University of Tennessee for nothing. Just needs to really work on putting the ball in play a little more. There's a great pitch right there, and a great frame by Mitch Fleming. Mitch Fleming brought that one way back down, and they got the call. So after the call that goes very good for Batavia, 1-2 home will be a bouncing ball to the plate. Not tempting at that one was Payne. And the 2-2 pitch swung on and missed, and the second strikeout of the day for Payne, as his season total will continue to go up. And Skip Martinez, he's going to have a little curtain call now for Kyle O'Neill. For Kyle Kohlhofer, so Kyle O'Neill can come into the game. So quick 2 outs there for Kohlhofer. And
O'Neal, the bullpen arm from Felician University, is telling me how tonight's going to, obviously with him going into his last year there, will be his last ever summer game, and he wants to end it on a high note. Hugs all around. They will hand the ball off to Kyle O'Neal in a game where the Muckdogs are trailing big in this one, but they trust O'Neal, as it's going to be a send-off for both of them, as Mitch Fleming gets the curtain call as the catcher. Him and Kohlhofer both going out at the same time. Giving hugs all the way down the line, as it's going to be Trey Skidmore and O'Neal from here on out. As Trey Skidmore, his dad, is also here in Batavia, made the trip up from Land O'Lakes, Florida. And now it's time to see what Kyle O'Neal can do in his final relief appearance of the season. We'll be back here as he gets warmed up here on YouTube Live.
Every day I'm drifting, cast away like a ship in the sea. 'Cause I don't know where to go, feeling low and I do think about it. Every day, things are shifting, feeling lost when an answer inside. 'Cause I still cannot see how my life's gonna be, so I hide away. But when the storm begins to fade, I see my path, I'm not afraid. And in the break of day, the light shakes my shadows away. Perhaps the sky is clear someday. Every day I set direction, no longer worried I won't find my way. 'Cause now I know where to go, it was long ago.
And we are back, as with nobody on, 2 down, here will be the first pitch from Kyle O'Neal. As that one not be hung on to by Skidmore behind the dish. 1-0 count. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning. Again, Batavia down 9-3. Kyle's jersey was getting up there in price, as I believe it was his girlfriend's family that wanted to purchase his autographed jersey. Now we'll have the 2-0 home from O'Neal. That one is hit down the line. Jerry Reinhardt trying to make a great play. He will at least put some leather on it to make sure it doesn't go down the line into left field. But reaching there with 2 down will be Carlone. Nice 2-0 swing there. Now it will be Noah Marcello with a man on, 2 down. Marcello, he's been huge for this power group, as he already has 2 RBIs. He's reached multiple times, and he'll take strike 1. A little more about the man on the mound. That will be the 4th Muckdog pitcher in tonight's game. O'Neal, 12 appearances, 12 1/3 innings pitched, allowing 9 runs in the process, 16 strikeouts compared to 11 walks. So he now has an 0-2 count.
And he's allowed just 14 hits in that time. So it's really the walks. Even though he has a positive strikeout to walk ratio, if he has those walks lowered a little bit, limits the damage on the bases. And there's a pitch on the outside corner, and he's not given the call. Could have been the end of the inning right there. So trying to clutch up here. Noah Marcello. Again, a great leadoff hitter for Niagara. 1-2 home. Fouled to the backstop. So the fans that are still here in full force, hoping for a Muckdog comeback, as they will have a long time until they will have their Muckdogs back on the field in June of 2022. Ball will not get away from Skidmore as he'll pounce on that. But if you are interested in purchasing season tickets for next year, you can call the office and they will give you all the information that you need regarding price. Maybe you're looking for a certain seat if that's available, or you just want to learn more about it. Call the office at 585-524-2260. That one home, again, runs inside. Missing arm side is O'Neill. Again, not a true sidearm pitcher like A.J. Winger, but does kind of throw from a three-quarter arm slot. That makes it very tough for hitters to see what's coming. It's not the everyday norm that you see that type of pitching angle. Balls have a lot of run on them, a whole lot of movement. Still a full count as Marcelo fouls back yet another one. So we'll try the payoff pitch yet again. So that pitch home is yanked down the line, and another foul ball. Batavia trying to make it a 0 on the scoreboard here in the 6th after they let up 6 runs back in the 5th. That's the reason why we have such a large lead for the Power. And these two teams have played neck and neck all season long. Batavia leading the season series 6-4. And that one also runs just a little bit inside, and back-to-back walks for the first two batters, or excuse me, back-to-back base runners, I should say, as there was a single in the first man that he faced in Carlone. So reaching yet again is Marcelo. As J.D. Rogers, he's also been a menace at the plate. Tough guy to get out due to his speed. As he reached on an E1, grounded out, and then had an RBI single. And take a ball outside. Just needing one more out is O'Neill. And another call that will not go Batavia's way. So O'Neill trying to find the strike zone yet again. As his 2-0 pitch will be called for a strike right down Broadway. That's still a great crowd just looking around, seeing all the familiar faces that I've been fortunate enough to meet throughout this year. Again, it really is a family here at these Muckdog games. many amazing people that I've been fortunate enough to get to know. And with the jersey raffle, I can get that answer for you, as I do believe so, but I will get confirmation with that at the end of the inning. That pitch home, that one's stung into center field, and making a nice catch is Trevor Dean out in center, as that will end the inning. So for you, Elizabeth, I'm going to go find that out for you. We'll head into the bottom half of the sixth, as now it's time for Batavia to get a run back on the scoreboard. Jerry Reinhardt, Daniel Burway, Cam Connolly, some guys that have had a lot of success so far in their lineup. Let's see what they can do here in their third trip to the plate.
So afraid of you, lying so far into. Yeah, I wanna know it. When here it seems like the hell. Yeah, I wanna know it. Now. I'm feeling right. I'll give you.
So for you, Elizabeth, and anybody else that was wondering, they will announce the raffle here tonight with the winners. Or not the raffle, the auction, I should say. That's the proper use of it, as that ball hit deep out to left, going back at the wall and making the catch right in front of the Salem sign, as Jerry Reinhardt almost just made these fans very happy with a long fly ball. But the auction, again, will happen tonight. And if you do win, if you're not here in attendance, there will be a slight additional charge for, shipment. However, if you are here in attendance, they will be able to take the jerseys right off the player's back. We have a bunch of black Sharpies. They'll sign them for them. They might smell a little bit, but, hey, that is, the whole effect of getting a game-use item, I guess. So the count is 1-0 here to Danny Burway. Watching that one almost plunk him there, so it's 2-0. So one out here in the bottom of the sixth. Middle of this Muckdog lineup up. They got to do something here to at least chip away at this deficit. The 2-0 misses yet again from Schlattman. Again, he is the third power pitcher here. Dylan Steen got the start. Quarterly, and now Schlattman with a right-hander warming up for Niagara. 3-0 misses way upstairs. And Burway will make his way over to first base, as I have one of our interns' dads, Chip Graff, out in front of me, heckling me a little bit, and will be streaming that as well. That is something that currently, I will also have to check out, as I do have my hands tied with this. Oh, and there's another ball that near the head area of Cam Connolly. Obviously not intentional. But again, if you try to call Mark Witt or call our office, they will be able to assist you with that to make sure that I know you're, had some bids earlier in the game, and unfortunately, I'm just not able to check that out for you. So a man on in Burraway with one out. And Connolly trying to get his third hit of the day, but Schlottman having some trouble finding the strike zone. As Trevor Dean will be up next. Mitch Fleming already taken out of the game, so Trey Skidmore is in the hole. And the 3-0, that's called a strike. As jumping out of the way of that one was Connolly, and it's going to be called for a strike anyway. So the 3-1, that one's going to sting him in the back. That was not a good feeling there, and you can tell Schlottman's just losing it all arm side. And he's going to take his time to make his way down to first base. Back-to-back walks, and it looks like Stu Peterson's going to call time quick. And I don't know, they're pointing down. I'm not sure if they thought it was a foul ball, maybe. If that's what Stu is asking for. Again, the father of Jock Peterson, a star outfielder. And they're going to say that, that did hit him in the back. And Stu just kind of wanted confirmation. He'll make his way back to the dugout for now Trevor Dean to come out to the plate, the Washington and Jefferson College outfielder from San Diego, California, coming into tonight as he is kind of the platoon outfielder for the Muckdogs. Dean's hitting .240 in 46 at-bats, 11 hits in that time with 8 runs scored, 3 doubles, 4 RBIs. Again, he has put together a pretty impressive season. Just with so much talent out there in the outfield, it was kind of hard to, have Dean get out on the field a whole lot. That should be no knock to him, as he is also a very, very talented player. A great program, and we're expecting a lot of big things from him in the future. The 1-1, big hack. The count is 1-2 now. Trey Skidmore on deck with only 1 out in the inning. And the Power trying to get the double play ball to end the inning. And that 1-2 hone drops in and breaking ball, and Trevor Dean will make his way back to the dugout. Now it's Trey Skidmore's turn. He's looking for his first hit of the season. Again, limited sample size for him, with Mortellaro and Fleming taking up a lot of the catching duties. Again, Mr. Skidmore made the trip to watch the last game of the season. Wants to make his dad happy here, as he'll hit a foul ball out onto Bank Street. Fleming had 2 strikeouts coming into this at bat, so now Skidmore in the catcher's spot of the lineup, hitting 7th. Doesn't want to go down via the punch out. So watch that ball run in towards the hands for a ball. Now we'll have a 1-1. That one also misses, so the lead runner in Daniel Burraway trying to be the first run to come across and score since the bottom of the second inning, as Batavia scored all 3 runs back in the second. Trying to change that is Skidmore. No better time than right now as he fouls back yet another ball. With Abner Benitez on deck. The 2-2 from Schlottman misses high. Kyle O'Neill will be back out on the mound for Batavia. Let's see Schlottman for a little bit longer unless he runs into some trouble, as whoever was up in the bullpen is done warming up. And that one is pieced out into left field, as that one coming on and making the catch is J.D. Rogers, as he almost just got his first hit of the year in a pretty big spot. So Batavia will strand 2 more runners on the base pass as we will head into the 7th now. We will have our last little group of sponsors: Restore, New York 529 College Savings, and Rochester Regional Health at UMMC here in Batavia.
And a quick shout out to our last 3 sponsors here on today's broadcast: United Memorial Medical Center, New York 529 College Savings, and Restore. Restore provides crisis intervention and support services to survivors of sexual assault and to their loved ones. Trained advocates are available 24/7, helping you make informed choices concerning medical, legal, and counseling needs while offering advocacy and information about your rights. Visit RestoreSAS.org for more information. You can reach Restore 24/7 at their confidential hotline at 1-585-527-1757. Restore means trust. Restore means empowerment. Restore means healing. Restore is here, no matter what.
You're not as clever as you think you are. You try to run, but you won't get that far. I'm right behind you like we're racing, like a chasing. All your endeavors end with no regret. You play it cool while you try to forget. But it's right behind you like it's racing, like it's chasing. I'm moving quick and I don't make a sound. You're making noise and I watch you slow down. I'm catching up just like
So again, we are here in the 7th inning here on YouTube Live. A huge thanks to Restore, New York 529 College Savings, and Rochester Regional Health at UMMC. Again, they just do such amazing work here in our community. They are great sponsors to work with, as all of our sponsors, truthfully, starting from the top down. Ficarella's Pizza, Batavia Downs Casino, as there's a first pitch miss there to Aaron Greenfield. And as we have a 1-0 now to Aaron Greenfield. Yet again, all those sponsors: Ficarella's Pizza, Eli Fish, Alex's Place, and then Dr. Noah Hoy Chiropractic, Tompkins Bank of Castile, and the list goes on and on. Oliver's Candies, and just the group that we mentioned. Great things from them as that one skyrocketed back in the middle by Greenfield. So there's a leadoff single. As Batavia again, they've kept the deficit at 6 for a few innings now. But they need the bats to start waking up as they have very few opportunities remaining. Casey Sauke due up here. He's 1 for 3 coming into the game, hitting just above 210. The standout in Section 5 high school baseball. Played here earlier this year against the Batavia Blue Devil high school varsity team. That's how young this guy is. As it'll be 2-0. He'll be going to University of Virginia as a position player, not as a pitcher. There is another ball. So Kyle O'Neill kind of getting his strike zone shrunk a little bit here. Not getting a whole lot of calls. As Trey Bacon's getting warmed up in the Muckdog pen. Greenfield takes his lead on the 3-0, and there's his strike. Now he's found the strike zone. And there's a strike call, and he'll go down to second base in Greenfield, and he'll make it there in time. Nice strong throw by Skidmore. That's really the first time we've seen him get tested, as a lot of the time when he's came into ball games, it's been in the 9th inning of games that, might be out of reach or, they're on the wrong side of. So they're not really base running, opportunities to steal bags, but a nice strong throw there. Another foul ball. So staying alive at 3-2 here is Sauke. They'll have a runner at second base in Greenfield. And this has just been a very great display for these power hitters. They won the last meeting between these two teams. Back at home, that ball hit to the side. Daniel Burway didn't even give that one an attempt. Didn't think he'd get there in time. Nice strong throw by Marcus, and that one's actually going to go 5-hole on Skidmore, but he got enough padding on it where it didn't go very far. And that ball will get into the outfield, and Sauke will make his way to second as he watches the throw go home. No play at the plate, so there's men on second and third. So back-to-back hits off O'Neill. So that puts them at 12 for their total on the day. Scott Orgren due up next. He is 1 for 3. And a foul ball in the first pitch that Ogren sees against O'Neill. Just continuing to look at all of our social media and all of the outpouring love that we've received from the fan base here in the final day of the Muckdogs regular season, as O'Neill now gets ahead in the count after the swing and miss 0-2. And it really is. I am just lost for words. Just still trying to just soak everything in here at Dwyer Stadium for the last time this season. You look at it in retrospect, did go very quick, as there's a pop fly hit Over to Charlie Ciccone. He's going to grab that one for the first out here in the 7th. But when you look at it, now in hindsight, season really did go by in a blink of an eye, but in the grind of it all, back in June, the days did kind of drag on a little bit when you were playing a game every day. The rainouts, in a way, kind of helped break things up, give these guys, a break on their bodies, as we saw the roster throughout the season continue to dwindle down for all teams, but specifically with the Muckdogs. So we'll have the first pitch now to Rhett Maynard, as he has 2 men in scoring position. That ball misses high. Maynard has reached base once. He's flown out twice to center field. He's been walked and scored a run back in that big 5th inning. And that one is fouled. But again, with this team, it's been such a pleasure to be able to cover them. I'm just so thankful. Just hope now that all these guys, this is something that you're going to remember for a lifetime. Yeah, school ball is your main priority, but the memories that you made with these guys, played all across the country. Remember that and have that in common with one another, to be a part of something that is, bigger than themselves, and the first of something, the inaugural season of the Batavia Muckdogs in the PGCBL with summer collegiate baseball. Something that they should, take pride in from here on out for the rest of their lives. That 2-1, that one's going to hit Maynard in the back, slams his bat. And obviously it was not intentional. As now the bases will be juiced. With 1 out in the inning. After the hit by pitch, it'll be the 2nd straight walk to Maynard. Now Tyler Coy. He has 2 hits under his belt, 2 RBIs. Very impressive day for the Williamsville native. There's a no call on the inside corner. So we will see Trey Bacon coming in here shortly. And after Trey Bacon, not really sure who else we're going to see in this pitching staff that, again, just really doesn't have a lot of bodies. Might see some position players pitch, maybe a little Charlie Ciccone action for one last time, as there's a dribbler down the first baseline. So again for Batavia, trying to get out of a jam, keep this deficit stuck at 6. And there's another pitch inside, and I think that barely clipped Coy. You can tell O'Neal upset with himself for back-to-back free passes, and this might be the end of his day. So scoring the run there was Aaron Greenfield, the leadoff man. And now Casey Sauke at 3rd. Moving to 2nd is Maynard, and Coy with another RBI on the hit by pitch. Not the best way to get the ribby, but he now has a season total in the RBI category, sitting at 13. So he's pretty happy with that, at least. Coming into the game now will be Trey Bacon, as Kyle O'Neal will come out of this one. We'll be back here shortly as the right-hander from Tallahassee Community College will be the next man up here for the Muckdogs.
Thinking back on the memories, all the things that you and me used to do, dancing late to country songs, staying up, yeah, all night long. It felt like we belonged. Now I must admit it, that I'm not ready to let you go. How is it you left me? I'm so not ready to come and go. Come and go. Come and go. Looking back at the messages, hoping that you might reach out. Before I do, wish you'd tell me what went wrong. Replay the thoughts before they're gone. I can't seem to go on. I can't seem to go on. Now I must admit it, that I'm not ready to let you go. How is it you left me? I'm so not ready to come and go. Come and go. No, no, no. Come and go. Come and go. Come and go.
Trey Bacon is in the ball game. Again, the Tallahassee Community College right-handed pitcher and middle infielder. Really just focused on pitching here this summer. Came in with a wrist injury that he's kind of dealt with. Is back to full strength. Again, Trey's first batter faced here will be Tyler Lozano. As Bacon, as he awaits the sign, 1 start, 9 appearances, 22 innings pitched, 26 strikeouts compared to 17 walks, and there's going to be 1 out, and they will get the second. So 1 pitch, and there's the inning-ending double play, unassisted for Charlie Ciccone as he makes it a 6-3 double play. So pretty efficient there if you're Trey Bacon, making it a 7-3 game still. It's time to stretch here at Dwyer Stadium. Take Me Out to the Ball game will be played, and we will be back here shortly, again, with the Muckdog bats having to wake up at some point.
Whether you know it, I'm gonna stay with you. Whether you know it, I'm gonna stay with you. No rain, no I'll break the walls down, whether you know it. Yeah, we can make it now, now. No rain, no fear.
So we had to wait for a quick second of who the pitcher was for the Power, as he's wearing the number 15 jersey, but that was a player in, pitcher Josh Quarterly that already was in action. So he must have forgot his jersey or something. But nevertheless, Alex Wise is now in the game as that ball is popped up near the Muckdogs bench, and making the catch will be Coy behind home plate. So Benitez will be the first out after the 7-inning stretch. Sarmiento staying in the game. Had that double, so he's pretty solid so far today. Again, Alex Wise, going into a sophomore year at Southeast Community College, a right-hander from Omaha, Nebraska, the home of the College World Series. It's mostly number 37, but had to improvise. So Wise got the lead-off man in Benitez to pop out. That's the first time we've dealt with that this year, was the two guys wearing the same jersey. And Wise gets a called strike there. So 2-2. So far this season for Wise, 3 games pitched, 2 2/3. He has a 20.25 ERA. Now there is a full count to Sarmiento. So the payoff pitch will be jam-shotted over down the first baseline, but runs foul to the right of first base coach Tony Brewington. So Wise in those 2 2/3. He's allowed 6 earned runs, 4 walks compared to 1 strikeout. That's why he has a slightly higher ERA. Try the payoff pitch again, and another foul ball. And that will be a walk for Sarmiento. So reaching base twice today. Having a solid day at the plate. Him and Conley really the only 2 bright spots, I would say, that kind of come out to me off the top of my head here in the Muckdog lineup in tonight's action. Mikey Florides trying to reach base for the first time today. He has 2 groundouts in his first 2 trips. So Flo watches that ball from Wise. Next will be the leadoff man, Charlie Ciccone. And there's another pop fly, but this one will reach the seats. So now a 1-1 count, 10-3 score here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Still a lot of fans here in attendance that wanted to stay and see if the comeback could happen. 7 runs, something that Batavia's came back from before. That's, nothing new to them. Quick check at first, and getting back on the rubber is Wise. That 1-2 fanned on, as that one was way outside and expanding the zone for out number 2.
Next up for Batavia, shortstop, number 5, Charlie.
So Charlie,
Ciccone.
and then called Charlie Grand Slam Ciccone here by our public address announcer in Paul Spiata, as it was just a little over a week ago when he hit that home run against the Newark Pilots. Grand Slam, the first and only up to this point Muckdog home run here at home. They've had 9 other home runs, if you can believe that, but they've all been on the road. As the dimensions here at Dwyer Stadium fairly similar to the other parks, and if not in some cases are actually just, even a little bit closer. But that's just how baseball is sometimes, can be quirky when trying to compare, certain dimensions and balls hit and saying, oh, well, if I was at that place, that would have been a home run. You can kind of find yourself down a rabbit hole with thinking like that. 3-0 count. Charlie Ciccone trying to get his first hit of the night, but instead he'll have a 4-pitch walk in the hard 90, as that is his claim to fame. Well, Batavia might have a little something going here with 2 runners on. They have now Tyler Prospero. Tyler Prospero coming in, as Prospero's over there. He's the pinch runner. Had to make sure his coach at Niagara University was okay with that. And we'll also pan over to Charlie Ciccone with a historic year here in the PGCBL, as he deserves so much credit for the role that he played on this team. And now Spencer Marcus trying to hit around his Niagara University teammate in Tyler Prospero. 2 men on, 2 outs. There's a foul ball. As Tyler told me before the game, if he got the opportunity, first pitch he was going to steal, but now he has Ethan Sarmiento in front of him, so that makes that possibility a little bit tougher for him. Fans getting into it here as Spencer Marcus again will watch that one go by, so it will be a 1-1 count now. Spencer also 0 for 3 here today. So Batavia having a little bit of fun down the stretch. The 1-1, that one will be a swing, and the runners are going to end up going. I'm not sure if there was a foul tip or not. I don't believe so, as time was called. And taking the extra 90 feet was Tyler Prospero. They were a little confused, but hey, they made it. So Prospero now at second, Sarmiento at third. 1-2 count. Spencer Marcus trying to clutch up. Still, again, a lot of fans here. Is that one near the head area? This guy, Spencer Marcus, has been plunked so much this year, and thankfully that one did not get him there. 2-2 count here to Marcus. He gets way down in it. His crouch with 2 strikes. That pitch home from Wise will not get past Coy, as we'll have a full count. We already have it past the 10 o'clock hour, approaching 10:15. The bleachers rattling a little bit here. As the payoff pitch, that one's hit back up the middle, might trickle through. It's going to be a tough throw at second, and he's going to be safe. So Tyler Prospero makes his way to third now in the RBI single for Spencer Marcus. his first hit of the day, but more importantly, Batavia back on the scoreboard. It's been a long time coming. 10-4 ball game now. And Christian Robinson coming into the game, and Spencer Marcus coming off the field, getting a quick embrace from Skip Martinez, and he'll be swarmed by his teammates. So this is the time where I have to keep my pen handy and write in all the substitutions. So runners on the corner, still 2 outs. And now here's Jerry. Jerry watches that one go inside, and it clipped him. First pitch he saw. So that was quick. Reinhardt gets hit again.
First baseman number 34, Daniel Burroway.
So now Daniel Burroway with the bases loaded, down by 6. This could put a big chunk in that power lead that they currently have. That pitch by Mize runs outside. So Burroway with the 1-0 count. He has reached base twice, but does not have a hit yet. And there's a huge hack. So Prospero wants to score. He's taking a big lead over there. He's getting low in his stands too, having fun. The pitchers love times like this. That ball hit over to the third baseman in Orgren, and he will make the play. That was a nice little bolt of speed there for Tyler Prospero, as Batavia does put a run on the scoreboard, but they do leave 3 runners on base. As we will head into the 8th inning now. Still a good amount of fans here in attendance, as Batavia has to come back into this one to make these fans happy in the final game of the season.
Keep waiting, you to take my call. I shouldn't stop now, but I don't have self-control. Keep wondering how I miss the signs. Oh, is that wrong to want a piece of mind? I keep asking myself how I can get you to stay. It's breaking my heart to see you walking away. See you, babe. See you, babe. See you, babe. I guess we lost to reasoning. One day at a time, still no bottom line.
Ethan Payne will start things off here in the 8th inning. Whole lot of defensive changes for Batavia. Again, we still have Trey Skidmore behind the plate. Jerry Reinhardt at third. Mikey Florides getting shifted over to short. So that first pitch will be a ball. Ethan Fresca now at second. Daniel Burroway still at first. Believe that is Trevor Dean now in right field. Christian Robinson in center, and Abner Benitez still in left. Another ball that trickles to the backstop. It's both teams in the 7th inning. Tacked on one more run, so it's still a 6-run lead for the Power. 2-0 count, as Ethan Payne will start things up for back-to-back innings, and big 2-0 hack. And another pitch that's on the corner and does not get the call, as that one's going to get over the head of Trey Bacon. And Ethan Fresca there with the backup. And another ball that misses low. Oh, that's actually called for a strike. 3-2. So Trey Bacon going to be the guy out there as nobody else is getting warmed up. And a big strikeout there as Ethan Payne is sent to the dugout for the third time here today. Now Will Carlone, a native of Buffalo, greater Buffalo area, West Seneca, but just a suburb. So there's a strike. Trey Bacon coming in and doing a pretty good job. Again, such a great night, even though Batavia is not ahead on the scoreboard. They had a great run. Still going to be an above 500 team. So there's a curveball that will not be in there for, oh, they're actually giving it to him. Strike two. I was going to say that looks pretty good. And there is a big swing and a miss. So actually the last pitch was called a ball, so it will be 2-2. Again, we can have all the great fans still here watching. And there's a check swing. Carlone did not go around. But Batavia, again, such a great season. So much to be proud of. And the payoff pitch from Bacon, and back-to-back strikeouts as Bacon just gives him the fastball, and not being able to catch up to it is Carlone. Just a lot of competitive baseball being played. It looks like here tonight maybe they just don't have enough in the tank, as there's going to be two defensive changes here, as Jerry Reinhardt's going to come out of the game, and Joe Georgia is going to first, and Ethan Sarmiento is going in at third. It's been an absolute dream. I never thought it would occur for me to be the broadcaster for one of my best friends in Jerry Reinhardt, and I'm so proud of him for everything that he has accomplished this season. He really showed what he was made of and had a lot of pressure going out there every single day with his hometown, knowing that he is a Batavia guy and having to put it all out there every night, and he did just that. Played a great third base and hit very, very well in the second half of the season. Very proud of both him and Daniel Burraway, as they both just made their way off the diamond. First pitch misses to Noah Marcello, the leadoff man, as this will be their fifth time through the order. And back-to-back balls. With a power win here tonight, they will get to 19-26 if the score stays the same, and Batavia drops to 22-19. Still very impressive. That ball's hammered out into center field, but Christian Robinson will make the final catch. So a 1-2-3 inning for Trey Bacon, as that was a very impressive relief appearances. Now we are in the middle of the 8th inning.
We will put up the lineup well, actually, not even worth putting up the lineup graphic because we have so many changes here in this one. As we'll be back here in just a minute.
So afraid of you, lying so far into. Yeah, I wanna know it. When here it seems like the hell. Yeah, I wanna know it. Now I'm feeling right. Lights on me, I am in the bed, the hole, kinda pretty. I see the day all dancing around me, I'll be dirty. Yeah, I wanna know it. When here it seems like the hell. Yeah, I wanna know it now. I'm feeling right.
And sorry for cutting that just a little bit too quick. As Cam Connolly was going to hit, now it's going to be Bryce Mortellaro. He got the night off behind the plate, and he deserves it as he was back there all the time for the Muckdogs throughout this season. And back to what I was saying, I actually just played the TF Browns trivia against my parents. My mom's actually in Florida right now, so my dad was here in attendance. Mom was on FaceTime, and one of the questions did stump me. So my parents, unfortunately, did end up getting the victory. Bryce Mortellaro jam shot over to Skip Martinez. He's going to throw that with his right arm, and he might not like that feeling tomorrow as he absolutely has a torn UCL. As you just saw him kind of shake that one off. Definitely didn't feel too hot. The 0-1 runs inside. New pitcher Ethan Hurt. Hurt is the 5th pitcher of the day for the Power. He's from Merced College, a right-hander from Turlock, California. And another pitch runs just outside. Very tight strike zone here tonight from our home plate umpire, but it's consistent for both teams. So a 3-1 count. The Muckdog faithful still here in attendance with about maybe 300 fans left. We have the 3-1 now, and that one hits Bryce up near the head area. Definitely hit him in the shoulder, and Bryce will make his way to first. We've had a lot of hit batsmen here in tonight's game. As now it'll be Trevor Dean for his second at-bat of the game. As he struck out looking in his first trip as he relieved Blair Frederick out in center field, but he's now playing in right. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning, time for Batavia to put some runs back on the scoreboard. There's a ball high from Hurt. Do have a right-hander that could potentially be coming in for the bottom of the 9th if needed. And another ball. There's a little chant over there from some Little Leaguers that are sitting on the top of the Muckdogs dugout. Everybody having lots of fun in this family-friendly atmosphere that was created this season. Again, can't thank again all of our amazing sponsors, all the great fans, everybody that made this season so special. And that will be a free pass for Trevor Dean on just 4 pitches. So it'll be Trey Skidmore also getting another chance at the plate. Two men on, nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th. That one's chopped into fair ground, and he'll move the runners on that little chopper. Hit to the right of the pitcher's mound. So 1 out. 2 men in scoring position for Abner Benitez. So the 1-3 ground out. Essentially just like a little bunt there for Skidmore. Way upstairs. Mortellaro at third, and second Trevor Dean. Again, 2 men in scoring position. Abner Benitez already has 3 RBIs. 3 of the 4 Muckdog runs are responsible for this man, and he's going to get another one there. As Bryce Mortellaro's going to jog his way home. That throw a little bit off the cut, but a very impressive day for Abner, going home on a high note as he picks up his second hit, makes it 10-5.
Third baseman number 10, Ethan Sarmiento.
Ethan Sarmiento still in the ball game because he's had some pretty good at-bats. He's 1 for 2, has a double, and a walk with a run scored. And there's another one almost near the head area, and Hurt. He's trying to make Sarmiento hurt here. A ball near the melon. The 1-0. Misses again. Hurt really struggling to find the zone early in these at-bats. So Trevor Dean at third. 90 feet away from scoring as it's already a 3-0 count to Ethan. And a pitch that finds the zone. So Hurt gets back in the count a little bit.
Again, a lot of Muckdogs fans, they know they've seen this team time and time again make things interesting down the stretch. They're hoping for one last taste of that here tonight. The 3-1 swung on and missed. Again, just one out here, so still a chance for Batavia to, again, in the bottom of the 8th inning, put a few more runs up here. The payoff, that one's popped up softly over to Ethan Payne, and he will make the grab. So the payoff pitch does not get out of the infield, and flying out will be Sarmiento.
First up, number 16, Michael Floridas.
Mikey Floridas now with 2 down, and again, runners on the corners. Mikey looking to reach base for the first time in this now his 4th at-bat. Chopper. That rolls foul. Again, most of the time I'm talking about, the Muckdogs' next few games, what their schedule looks like, what they need to do to get into the playoffs. It's weird not being able to talk about that stuff anymore. As again, just like for these players, that this is a brand new experience for them. This is all brand new for me too, here in the booth. And now it's really just watching the playoffs, how they will turn out, as Jamestown will host the Geneva Red Wings tomorrow at Russell E. Dietrich Park. Amsterdam and Saugerties locked up at 1 and 2. As that ball is chopped right in front of the pitcher's mound. Hurt has to set his feet and throw, and that ball's going to get away from Payne, as 1 run will score, and Trevor Dean, and being told to hold up at third will be Abner Benitez. So, hey, doesn't have to be pretty. Mikey Floridas reaches after the E1 for the Powers' 2nd error of the day. 10-6 is your score, making it very respectable now, as it'll now be the leadoff hitter and Ethan Fresca for his first at-bat of the day.
Second baseman, number 26, Ethan Fresca.
Benitez at third. Coming around to score was Deans. 2 runs scoring here in the bottom of the 8th. Ethan Fresca, a fan favorite, loves to have some fun, likes chirping in the dugout to the opposing team, and just that one get out of play. Again, a lot more that will be taking place here tonight, as it's the final day of the regular season for the entire league, as 4, 5, and 6 still can be determined here tonight. Geneva will regardless be the number 6 seed, so it's really just Utica and Auburn that are kind of fighting for those last 2 positions. Again, it's going to be very interesting down the stretch. I know that there will be the rewards given out at the end of the year for best players in the league. Even the executives are given awards, and heck, even the broadcasters are given awards here for their day in and day out performances on the mic. So we'll see what happens with that. Not really sure how that's even determined. Another foul ball to make it 2-2. 2 down, 2 runners in scoring position. My computer is being shaked around a little bit, as the fans are getting happy, the ones that wanted to wait things out, as a base knock makes it a 10-8 game. Hurts pitch home, curveball, and that just missed the inside corner. Doing a little inside roll was Fresca, thinking it could have been another fastball high and inside, but he was fooled on it, and thankfully it will not come back and bite the Muckdogs. Payoff pitch yet again in this long bottom half of the 8th inning. That is a chopper hit over to first. Fresca has some wheels to throw over, and what a play made by Rhett Maynard at short. The off-balance throw got Fresca, who does have some speed, as that will end the 8th inning. Lots of runners left on base here in crucial spots, but hey, it's still not done yet, as we have the Lou Gehrig baseball players here near town. They are going to break dance for us. It's a little bit of in-game show up for the Diamond Dancers, as maybe next year we need to sign these guys to the KMS Diamond Dance team. But 1 inning left to play in the final game here at Dwyer Stadium for the Muckdogs.
Tell me, Haley, hey, what you do when you're gone? You drive me crazy. Hey, I'm walking around in my room. You want me daily? Hey, until we're through, until you're gone. Oh my baby, hey, you drive me crazy. Ooh, what you do to me? I can barely sleep. Ooh, but if I probably dream of you. Ooh, what you do, what you do? I am going mad cause of you, what you do? It's all cool, it's all cool. I'm just gonna work it out. Ooh, what you do, what you do? I am going mad cause of you, what you do? It's all cool, it's all cool. I'm just gonna work it out. I'll be alone for a couple of days until you say that she'll come back home. It's okay, it's so fucking okay, cause I hate being on my
And we are back. Trey Bacon going out for his 3rd inning of work now here in the top of the 9th inning. Facing J.D. Rogers with a big swing and a miss. Again, those Lou Gehrig baseball players giving us a little funny show for the end of tonight's game. Another bouncing ball as Trey Bacon now in a 1-1 count against the number 2 man in the power order. Niagara not being as kind. Again, they don't have as many substitutions, but Batavia letting everybody play, and we haven't even seen any substitutions in the field for the power yet. Backdoor slider in there for strike 2. Again, a great team in Niagara. Loved watching them play this year. And always love going out to the barber shop at Sal Magley Stadium. That one off the mark. Well, we'll see what happens next year. Not leaving it out of the possibility of things to happen for me to come back here, because my heart's here in Batavia. Hometown backdoor slider, and see you later for Rogers for the first out here in the top of the 9th.
Right fielder number 1, Aaron Greenfield.
So, and now we do have a substitution, so I might have spoke that in existence as well. Now it's going to be number 7, A.J. Kinney, who is a pitcher. Left-hander, senior from Fredonia State. And a just missed ball again on the outer half to the left-hander in the box. So A.J. Kinney getting the chance here as he watches the first, actually, excuse me. It is a 1-1 count. Maybe it's 0-2. My scoreboard here is messing me up a little bit. And swing and a miss. It is 1-2. I knew it. I knew it. Again, now seeing from the Elmira Enforcers. Thank you, Jonathan, as there is another strikeout for Trey Bacon. He is just pouring them in, having a very successful relief appearance.
Next up from Niagara,
So thank you, Jonathan, again.
recent graduate of Greece High School will be attending
The
University of Virginia. Second baseman number 12, Casey Selke.
Pios, always a great battle this past season. Played a whole lot of games with one another. Didn't see each other down the stretch, but we're excited to see you next year. And again, from Patrick Tuca, the man that makes everything happen for the Power. Thank you for the kind words. 1-1 count to Casey Selke. And another strike as he hops out of the way. Trey Bacon getting the sign. Wants to have, the 3 strikeout inning, and he does. So 3 up, 3 down, all strikeouts for Trey Bacon. We will head it into the bottom of the 9th inning. And just 1.5 inning left this season. Let's see if Batavia can complete the comeback. 4 runs to force extra innings here at Dwyer Stadium. This is when the emotions start flowing yet again. But we will be back here shortly here on YouTube Live.
I used to sleep with open eyes. I used to breathe just to keep us alive. Now all I can see is we're drifting apart. I can't believe how it all turned dark. Bring me the light. 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 Bring me the light.
So just a quick break here in between the half inning as Scott Orgren will be on the mound, the third baseman slash pitcher for Niagara. As for one last time, we will say thank you to all of the sponsors that made this season possible and bringing baseball back to Batavia, with Christian Robinson coming up here. Batavia Downs Gaming, Eli Fish, Ficarella's Pizza, Tompkins Bank of Castile, Alex's Place, Dr. Noah Hoy Chiropractic, Oliver's Candies as hitting that one into center field. Going back will be Marcelo. He hit that ball a ton and making the catch, going down to all fours as Christian Robinson got a pretty good piece of that one. But also Restore, and then New York 529 College Savings and UMMC. So Jerry Reinhardt staying in this game as he's the hometown kid.
Next up for Batavia, number 9, Jerry Reinhardt.
The last at-bat that I'll ever get to call for him. And Reinhardt watches strike 1 on the inside corner. Making these fans happy if he can get on base. Orgren does have a lot of opportunities, as that's going to be a fair ball. Long throw over to first and not in time. That's going to be a hit anyway. Jerry's going to make his way to second base, as that's definitely going to be a hit for Jerry. He's going to make it to second. And that's going to be a hit with a throwing error at third. So I believe it's now Ethan Payne at third. It's now Joe Georger due up here. But even though he is a position player, Orgren with 6 appearances, 6 2/3, allowing just 1 run and 3 hits, 7 strikeouts for a 1.35 ERA. And now Joe Georger, Grandma Anderson, hopefully you're watching. It was a pleasure to, I guess I made your day with shouting you out on the broadcast. That means a lot to me. Joe, again, is a great young man. I don't even know I'm saying young man. I'm like as old as him. So, but Reinhardt with the hit, and he will make his way to second. And quickly 3-0 here to Georgia with Bryce Mortellaro on deck in the 5-hole. And the 3-0 also misses, so 2 men aboard now. Mortellaro, he was hit by a pitch, later scored, and Cam Connolly, he got on base 3 times. So something with that 5 spot seems a little lucky. As Bryce Mortellaro, if things all continue to go well for him, he'll be joining Blair Frederick at Xavier University at Louisiana, and making his way to first base is Mortellaro. Again, very tough throw to make for Rhett Maynard. He makes it look pretty easy over there, as that is, we'll see, I believe it's going to be determined a hit. That would be the 9th of the day for Batavia, and it will be. So, I mean, hey, it's not out of the possibility. The game-tying run at the plate. Trevor Dean walked, scored, struck out. He calls time as Orgren was awaiting the sign. One out, bottom of the 9th inning. 10-6 is your score. And a ball low, the first pitch that Dean sees against Orgren. And the 1-0. Check swung, did not go around is Dean. So it's 2-0. Trevor Dean, again, 4 RBIs this entire season, has a chance to add some more to that total with a hit into the outfield. Strike on the 2-0. Trey Skidmore is on deck for Batavia, as everybody getting a chance to see some action on the field. And there's strike 2. So watching 2 balls on the outer third. Nice pitches from Orgren. We're not up at 2-2. The next pitch will be strike 3, way outside. Dean did not like it, and neither did the fans in attendance. And our sound guy, Mike Burns, with a little funny "what" noise, pulling that out of his bag of tricks as Batavia is down to their final out. What a great story that would be if Trey Skidmore could come up big here with his first hit. Keep this game alive. As the USC Union catcher, late addition to this team that saw Joey Battaglia go down to injury. Already pretty thin there at that position. Luis Rodriguez, that is not with us anymore, wasn't a true catcher, and neither really is Mitch Fleming. So they brought Skidmore in as he misses on that one. Count is 1-1. And being told by his teammates, "Go Terry." Watches that ball. Two and one count here at Dwyer Stadium. Final game of the season. That pitch home also runs outside. Potentially walking in a run if Orgren can't find the strike zone. The 3-1 home. Swung on and missed, and now it'll be down to a full count. With the season down to their final strike. Let's see what Batavia can do here. And the payoff pitch home. That'll be a walk. And there's an RBI walk for Trey Skidmore. So hanging on to this one as Batavia makes it a 10-7 game with their hottest hitter at the plate, Abner Benitez. He has 4 RBIs so far today. How crazy would it be if he hit a walk-off grand slam right now? Just going to put that out in the universe. And watches a slider in the dirt. Lead runner is Joe Georger at third. Mortellaro at second. And at first is Trey Skidmore with his first RBI. The 1-0. That one's chopped, and that one's going to get through. 1 run's going to score with Joe Georger, and they're telling him to go. He bobbled it in right field. Bryce Mortellaro's going to come around to score. It's just a 1-run ball game. And another celebration at second for Abner Benitez in a career day for him. That's going to be a hit with an E9 attached to it. And I said it a few innings ago, Batavia loves making it interesting. 10-9 score, 5th RBI of the day for Benitez. Are you kidding me? This is crazy. So coming around to score was Georgia and Mortellaro. Making it to third was Skidmore. And Benitez, after the error out in right. 4 errors now for the Power, as Batavia had all 3 back in the first inning. Sarmiento already had a double, as the go-ahead run is at second base. Ethan Sarmiento watches a ball, as Ethan, for a guy that, again, is... Oh, and Abner's mom's in attendance? I did not even know that. That is absolutely why he's playing the way he is there's a foul ball hit off Ethan. 2 runners in scoring position. Bottom of the 9th. Batavia down just 1 run. Trying to give a treat to these fans that were heartbroken that they could not see playoff baseball. Batavia with a resilient season all along. What better person, Ethan Sarmiento, as he has continued to battle and continue to change his attitude at the plate with hitting. After some struggles early on in the season, a confident swing here. And the 2-2 home. That will be a watched strike 3, and that is going to end it. And they are going to end the game on a strike 3 called for Batavia with 2 runners left on base. And soaking in the emotion, as doesn't really feel real yet that the season has came to a close. 10-9 will be your final score. Batavia with, in the process, 10 hits, 12 hits for Niagara, 3 errors,
compared to Niagara's 4. So the Muckdogs will end this historic season with a loss as Batavia finishes at 22-19, a season that we will never, ever forget. And it's going to pain me to say this, as it has been such an amazing year for me to grow into the career that I want to do for the rest of my life. And this franchise gave me that opportunity. And I will forever be thankful for the Nichols family and for all of you that have watched every night, the ball players on the field, as this has been a dream come true. So for the final time here in the 2021 season, this is Griffin Della Penna signing off here at Dwyer Stadium. Again, thank you to you all. Please have a great night. And as always, go Dogs.